In this video, I'm going to show you my entire animatic process from soup to nuts, as my Canadian friends would say. So I'll show you how I take my scene, greybox it out, plus it out with animation, use Iclone to bring in character animation to kind of build the whole scene. I'm doing a virtual production, so eventually all the characters will be replaced with live action, but the environments will keep getting plussed up. But in this case, you don't have to do a virtual production. It's like if you're doing an animated film with animated characters, then you've got everything that you need in this video. It's a compilation of all the ones that I've got on my page. And at the end of it, I've got some bonus material, some videos that I never released. One is about how to retarget animation and use it from the Fab or the asset store and then use that into Iclone. And the other one is for using the CCrig, so how you get the Iclone animation with the faceboard, mix that onto your metahumans as well. So even though I've kind of changed my methodology as you go through, you'll see that I changed, but and the next time I do a video, it'll change again. And that's the thing with all this stuff, it's constantly changing. It's really annoying, hence I'm recording it all. All right, so enjoy the film. Bye. Hi, in this video, I'm going to show you my animatic process. I am using Unreal Engine to make a feature film. It's going to be a live action, a virtual production hybrid. It's going to be blue screen. Not using volume or anything like that. I'd love to, but I don't have a gazillion dollars. But I do have a blue screen and I have Unreal, so the possibilities are endless. I am not going to be doing it like this. This little video I'm doing now is just a video capture fed directly into Unreal, so it's really fun, but the resolution's a bit low, but still, why not? But the actual live action will be shot again. It's blue screen. I'll pre-extract that blue screen, making an alpha channel using probably Davinci or Nuke or something like that. And then I'll also track the cameras and bring the camera moves in so that you'll get proper parallax. And then the best thing is you can layer your 3D environments and your characters in the same world. So you get all of the atmospherics and you get the holdouts and all those sort of things for free. So it's like compositing in 3D space. It's amazing. So the video I'm about to show you now is one I recorded probably about 2 weeks ago. But I just wanted to flag that I've now changed my process. So I started off using metahumans, and then recently I discovered Iclone and Character Creator. And because I needed to get a large volume, like 2 hours worth of animatic done, then I needed to kind of streamline my process. But at the beginning of the video, I'm basically animating in Iclone, which I'm still doing. So that's all relevant. But then I was transferring that animation onto the Metahuman control rigs. And it's great. So if you want to do that, you can watch the video and learn how to do that. And then as I move forward through the video, you'll see that I kind of change my process and I just start using the characters from Character Creator and Iclone directly because it's just a lot quicker and I'm not making a film with metahumans in it. They're all going to be live action. So it's kind of, I was spending more time than I needed to. And then, follow along, have a watch. And this whole process is constantly evolving. So next week I'll change it again. And that's the thing, as you keep pushing and you keep trying and you keep moving forward, then you kind of streamline your process and you find new tools or you find easy ways of doing things. And I'm constantly learning. So, tag along, like and subscribe, because that way you'll see what I'm up to next week and as it all changes. And then please comment. I'm a brand new channel. And so any comments I will definitely look at and try and improve what I'm doing and kind of tailor it towards your experience. But the whole point of this is I'm making this anyway. And so I just wanted to document what I'm doing because I think it'll be interesting for other people. So not all of it is like tutorials. I'm not that confident on everything that I'm doing. That's the thing. It's like I'm just winging it. And then part of the reason why I record these is so that I can find out what I did wrong and then also just remember what I did right. And so hopefully there will be some information that will be useful to you. And okay, so enjoy. All right, bye. Okay, so hello. I'm going to show you, and myself really, how I'm doing my current animatic and basically blocking in the human characters. These characters will be eventually replaced with live action characters, but the backgrounds will be all created in Unreal and be virtual. I'd love to be able to do volume stuff and LED volumes and things like that, but that's super expensive. So for now, my plan is to shoot blue screen people and composite them in engine into those environments, and that works fantastic, but not as good as LED volumes. But you need to be super budgeted to have that, unless you want a little small TV and all of your shots are like this big. Okay, so currently for the animatic, I am using metahumans, but I am now starting to animate them with Iclone. Before I was buying assets and off the Actor Core website and then importing those into Unreal. And that was working okay, but then I kind of discovered Iclone's got some really cool tools and it makes it a lot easier. And also it does like visemes and all sorts of stuff. So the kind of name of the game is to be quick and efficient and get as much done as I can over the next 400 years. Okay, so I'm going to put up my little list of what I'm going to demonstrate. Okay, so currently this is what I do. So I have my script, and then in here I take my dialogue and I get a rough version of the dialogue done with Murph AI. So for each character, I will do a little block of the animation and so block of their dialogues, and then I export those out of here so that then I import those into here, which is great. So after I've imported them into Davinci Resolve, I'll edit them together, export those as individual tracks, export them as MP3 files because Iclone was having a little bit of trouble with my WAV file settings. Once in Iclone, I drop those animation tracks onto the characters, and then it'll automatically add visemes, which is fantastic. And then you can kind of get a sense of the pacing of the whole scene, and then you can kind of block out the animation, dragging and dropping with various what's the word? Little FBX animations of motion capture and things like that you've bought, and you can animate yourself, or you can use their motion director tool, which is great stuff. And then so you build all that together, you get your characters interacting, and then I export those FBX individually of each character, and then bring those into Unreal. And then since I'm using the Kevin, the default Iclone character, and then I retarget that animation onto the Metahuman. And then you've got your scene with your base metahumans, and they're all animating. And then you can dress the rest of it and bring in your environments and build your animatic. So that's kind of the plan, and that's what I'm going to show you right now. So here's my current animatic from the scene that I did before. And over here is the new dialogue that I exported from Murph AI. And then what I've done is I've put one character per track. So that way I can export those tracks out as individual, what's the word? As individual elements, because I can then drop them individually onto each character. If there was all one track, the character would also be saying the other character's line, so that's not so good. Okay, so I've selected nothing yet. I've gone to the deliver page in Davinci Resolve, and I've created a audio only using the audio only tab. One important thing is that there's no video on it, it's just audio, but the format is MP3. So to make that MP3 and then make the codec MP3, and then down here under output track, I've set it from the default, which was bus 1, to timeline track, and that way I can specify these individual tracks. So I'm going to press number 1, add to render queue, Actually, I should give this, I'm going to delete that one. I'm going to say this one is, the first character is Pinnock. So I'm just going to pin. Okay. Add to render queue. So now that will make NOH Pinnock. And then track 2. Actually, I'm just going to hit render all now. So that will render this out. And where are you? There it is, Pinnock. MP3.
Alone would set it off.
There's that one. And then I'm going to do the next track. Call him Malik. Set to number 2. And I'll hit render this one. Okay. And there he is there. So there's my 2 tracks. They're both starting at this same frame. And now I'm going to come out of this. Don't need that anymore. And I'm going to open up Iclone, which is already opened. Phew. And I'm going to go into my content and then go to actor, character, closed, and add a Kevin. Just drag him into here. It's building the character, and we've got no animation yet. So I will drag in the, let's make him Malak. So I'm going to drag in this animation onto him. And it's going to say, do I want to make this a voice track or a sound track? And I want to make it a voice track. So you hit apply. Now, hopefully, this will start animating. It doesn't start for a little bit.
Solid will get
here we go.
Propulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
He has some dialogue with the other character, and then come back, and he's chatting away.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to Isaiah. It's not as powerful as...
So, I mean, it's not brilliant, but it's fantastic to give you a sense of the timing, and, you know, it just makes it more fun. But also it helps because since the dialogue's in the actual engine now, you can kind of plan your animation around it. So to see the animation, the visemes track, you need to turn it on, and it's under here. There we go. So you go to character name and that little down arrow, and then you turn on visemes, and then you can see the track there. And if I open it up, then you can see the WAV file here, like that. Then the full length, to change the length of your project, you have to go into, actually I'm going to hit, is it that one there? There we go, the little plus button there, and I say fit to window. There we go, that's my full length of animation. Oh, actually no, it should be longer than that. So
powerful as conventional.
Yeah, let's change the length of this animation. And I opened up the little cogwheel there. I'm going to change the length of the project to make it like 10,000. There we go. Because it doesn't really matter how long that is. It will be dependent on where my out frame is. So I'm just going to go and use this little plus circle thing there to fit to window. And then I can't see my animation because we have to turn on the visemes track here. So I select my character. Oh, he is. There he is. Okay, so my animation goes up to around about 3,500. So I'll make it 4,000 is my last frame of my my in and out. So that will be my frame range. And now I want to give him, well, there's 3 characters in the scene. This guy who's called Malik, and I'm going to change his name now. So go to scene, change his name, Kevin to Malik. So I've got 2 old. Okay, and then I've got another character, and she's called Sarah, and she's up on the spaceship over here. In fact, I'll show you the scene. So I've blocked in this environment. So actually, I'm just going to save a bookmark. Control 2 is going to save a bookmark right there. And I'm just going to move around. So here's my environment that I've got. So there's a spaceship, and he's going to be talking to another character. He's going to be looking at him on a computer. So it's another talking while on a monitor type thing. And this character up here, she's repairing the ship. So I've got my metahumans, and I'm going to use Iclone to animate them and then bring that animation into this environment, into this Unreal project, into Sequencer, and copy the animation onto those two characters. And then I'll have another one of those scene capture cards, scene captured 2D, where I will put the other character in another environment far away from here. Somewhere outside. Well, we can't change that to higher, but I will make another environment somewhere outside here, and I'll be able to cut between the two or at the same time. So I probably need to do a reverse. So I need to think about what's going to be here. Okay, but for now, I'm just going to take. Oops. I'm not going to take anything. I'm going to set up the couple of Kevins for these two characters and one for the other character. So it's that small. So here's that main guy. I'm going to have him here, and then I'm going to bring in another character. So go to clothed Kevin. Let's pull another one into here and call that one. Actually, that's Malak. He's Malak, and he's Panook. There we go. So I'm going to change his name to Panook. And then one more for Sarah, who is the one fixing the ship. And change her name here. So I'm going to give her, well, so what have we got? We've got animation on him, and what's he saying?
Nothing solid will.
So that, oh, it is Malak. Okay, great. So he's the one on the monitor. So I'm going to just rotate him around. Woo! Over there. Actually, I was at, he's going to animate now because I wasn't at the first frame. So I can either take that frame, delete it, and then move this one across, or I could have just deleted it. Okay, so there's him. He's there. And then the other character is going to be, for now, I'm just going to have him, I'm imagining that he's looking at him on a monitor. And his monitor might be a bit lower. So there we go. Yeah, it'd be good to have him do something. Maybe crouch down, sitting. I don't know. Anyway, for now, I'm just going to have him standing, and I'm going to have, I'm going to put his animation. He's got his visemes, and I'm going to put, both of them are animated now. So let me just delete that frame. There we go. Now he won't animate. Put him back over there. Grab this one's animation. There we go. Okay. So drag that animation that I exported earlier onto him. Here he is, coming in from over there. Just drag him on and say, make it a voice track. Was at frame 0? No, I'm not at frame 0. So let's actually start it here, but I'll just move it once it's done it. There we go. And again, can't see it because you have to turn them on for each the visemes track or the expressions or constraints. You have to they're not on by default, just the basic transform and motion. So I'm going to grab that file and move it down here. So there's my scene. It's this long. I'm going to zoom in to fit the window. Oh no, hang on. To actual size. Nope. Hang on. Well, I guess I'm going to change my frame length then to make it, what do we have it? Where were you? Here, 10,000, that's like you, 4,000. Okay, that makes it timeline a bit easier to navigate. Oh, what are you? 400 now. Hang on. No. Sorry. 4,000. Thank you. Okay.
They've rigged the tranquilizer bolts for
Just checking, seeing his faces.
long enough to get us processed in their minds. Then I'll lead the charge from there. All our choices suicide.
Great. Okay.
If Camlin's energy.
All right. So they're both going now. She's not saying anything, but she's sort of standing back there. And I'm going to give her some animation now again. Just delete that keyframe. Let's put it down to 0 so they. Okay, so there's my basic 3 characters with the visemes, and now I can kind of block out the animation, even though there's not much going on in this stuff. I'm going to give her something interesting to do. Let me just file save this project. So I'm going to go into my content and some of the animation cycles that I bought from Reallusion, and also some others that I've copied off the content store. So I bought them on the content store, imported them into an Unreal scene, targeted them to the base skeleton, the UE4 mannequin, and then exported those out and imported them into Iclone. And I've got a video on that somewhere that I'll link in the description. So going back now to my animation, and then I've got some interesting stuff in here. Let's go down to one of the packs that I bought, which was construction. There you go. I'll make this window a little bit bigger. Okay, so I'm going to give her some stuff to do, and okay, I'm going to turn my sound down a bit as well. So I'm just going to repeat this by dragging it, and then it'll just keep repeating till the end. Oh, there she is. She's moving around as she does it. Okay, great. And then this guy, I'll give him just a standard kind of idle. So let's find some idles in here. Go to the top of the directory and then search for idle. And then here's a simple idle. There he is, just standing there. See if I got any others. Idle, another idle. Repeat those a couple. Can I do that? Okay, so stretching this animation out. So what's he doing now? Doing some idling. Oh, it's a bit boring, that one, isn't it? We'll have one of those. Let's find a different one. There's a move. What does this one do? Let's see what it does. Yeah, boring. Let's just stretch this out. There we go. Doodly-doo. Pretty basic, pretty dull. See if I've got another one now for the other character, so they're not the same. Female, female, male. Listen, looky. Let's try that one. Got the same animation. Get off. Look at that. That's a bit similar. Let's see if we've got another one. Let's try. I've got some in my motion packs. Conversation. Let's try act degree. What's that one? Let's try that. See what that does. There. All right, I'm going to just go back to, oh, what's that one? Stand and wait. Where are these from? Oh, I wonder where are these from? Oh, these are good. Oh, I've got more. Hooray! Okay, did I just use that one? Okay, nothing exciting. Now, one thing is, with this guy, I want his head to look at him. So I can use a look at constraint. So you select a character, go into this bit, and then pick target. And then pick where you want it to look at. Now his head will just focus on that guy, which is good. Okay, so I've got my animation now. He's not doing much. He's talking away. They've got some visemes. That'll do. So project. And now I'm going to export out the animation. So let's just take Kevin. I think what I might do is just delete some of the clothes and stuff. What have we got? It's just going to speed it up. Because I'm not using him, I'm just using his animation. Actually, I can't be asked. I'll do. Now he looks like a leading man. Okay. So select my character. Go to File. Export. Export FBX. Leave everything as default. Or if you escape. Okay. I did something stupid. And that was when I exported, I defaulted to having a single frame, and I don't know why it would default having a single frame. So let's try that again. So I've got my animated character with his visemes on. Also, while I'm here, is he doing his head tracking? Let's have a look. Okay, yeah. I'm also going to put some face expressions on him. And it's like a concerned conversation. So I'm going to go down to expressions and go to my start frame, and then let's go into digital soul, watch, think, look, unhappy, scared, sad. Let's try. Let's try it. Let's put some of those on considering. There we go. And just zoom in there. And go down to the track, turn on expressions so you can see them. And then come down here and then just repeat it. So now he's got expression. Do we have blink? I think there's a blink track you can add as well somewhere. Can't remember where that one is. Auto blink. Oh, there we go. Normal. Okay, so hopefully now, press play. There you go. Blinks every now and again.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field. A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Okay, well, there you go. That'll do. And then on the other character, let's have blink on. Nervous, no, let's just have normal. Okay. Body scale. Oh well. Hopefully they're not going to blink at the same time. Is he blinking at the same time? No. Good. Okay. Now, let's export him again. Oh, let's give him an expression as well. No. Disturbed. Let's try that one. Disturbed. Yeah. I guess that's as close to concerned. He looks a bit too browy though, doesn't he? Oh, there we go. Listen, see. Let's try that one. Okay. That might be better. Great. Save this project. And now I'll try exporting it again. This time making sure that when I export it, I have the range on. Gosh, really, I've got to have a checklist. So there's my character, file, export FBX. Okay, see, look, defaults to current frame. Okay, so let's put all on, all range. They should be the same. So I'll put all on. Okay, now hit export. So he was 84 last time. So hopefully if I just save over the top of him, it'll be larger than that. So let's see sizes. Let's go to 84. Oh, it's taking longer, so that's a good sign. Yeah, look, 107. So that sounds like it's done it. Okay, let's go back into here. Delete the one I just brought in that was wrong. And now I'm going to bring him in again. Import into game. There he is. Okay. Standard shader, yeah. Now we'll come up with the FBX import options. Just want to make sure that you've got T0 and import morph targets, animated time, default sample rate. Yes. Okay. Now hopefully you should see it'll start importing the bones. If it goes straight to the textures, then I know it's not. I see like importing animation tracks. Last time it didn't do that. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Okay, things to look out for. Make sure that you're exporting the animated range and not the default, which is just the single. Why would you, I don't understand why it would default to a single frame. I mean, I can understand if it was for character creator, which is just for the models, but for Iclone, you'd expect it to export the animation. I don't know. I guess it annoyed people to do it the other way around. Okay, so now it's converting all the clothes and all that sort of stuff. So you can just do it with a basic character, but it's a bit silly when I'm trying to have a serious conversation about animation, and then he comes in in his leather pants and nothing else. So it's a bit okay. That's kind of distracting. So I'll take the hit on the time for modesty's sake, and so I can keep a straight face. Okay, and then again, we're just going to retarget this animation onto the metahuman and not use any of this stuff. Okay, if I double click on his anim, then we should see it. He's in there. Then you should start seeing his face moving about. Oh, look, he's blinking. And oh, he's doing a bit of animation. Blah, 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 blah. His head's fit. So great. Okay, now this is the magic of Unreal 5.4. You can take your character, his animation sequence, right mouse button, and then retarget animations. And I'm going to retarget it to the base, the metahuman base skeleton that I'm using for. And before I do that, before this character here. So if I went into his blueprint, and then under his body, you can see he's using medium, male, medium, normal body or something like that. So I'm going to retarget this to that. So right mouse button, retarget animations to normal, what's it? Me, that one. So that one there. Okay. And pick the animation. And there it is. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So then you hit export animations. Then you put it in a certain spot. And then you can change the prefix here to metahuman underscore, and it'll add that name onto this name here. Then you hit export, and then it'll convert that lovely animation. And there it is there. So if I double click on that, you'll see that now moving. And there it is. Now here's the interesting thing, is that it's only doing the body and it's not doing the face. But when you retarget it onto the actual, this metahuman, it does. So I'm not quite sure why. I think because this is just doing the body. Yeah, and it's not, this is just the default blank face rather than the control rig with the face mesh and everything like that. So what I'm going to do now is create a sequencer. And, oh, I've got one here. So, and that's the level. So I'm going to create a right mouse button, cinematics, level sequence, call it seq, and this was called NOH. Then open sequencer, set my time frame to 24 frames per second, and bring in my Pinook character into here, and it'll start making the control rig for the character, which is great. But in this case, we're not using it right now, so I'm going to deactivate them by just pressing these little don't use buttons. Okay, And now I'm going to use an animation asset instead. So you go to the plus button. Oh no, hang on. I go to the body and then the animation and then the, what was it called? Metahuman. What did we call it? Metahuman. There we go. NOH Pinnock Anim. That was the one. So add that onto there. Oh, he's not on. Are you on? Okay. And I'm going to change my frame range to, if I go into this button here, the little cog with the play, you can change that to, what was it? It was about 4,000 frames, wasn't it? Okay. Just drag this to the end. I noticed something that I did wrong a few seconds ago, and that was I made the length of this timeline 4,000 frames. However, that 4,000 frames was based on the default 60 frames per second inside of Iclone, so it's not really 4,000 frames, but it was the same time range. So this was basically a minute. If I go to this little section here, under the frames, and I change show time as seconds rather than time. Like this actually finished at 66 seconds. And if I go into Iclone, at the moment you see, whoa, come on you. It says it's 4,000 frames because we're based on the 60 frame time unit. But if I change it to time, it doesn't change any of the values or anything, but it just shows you that this is actually running to 1 minute and 5 seconds, 66 frames, 66 seconds. So that's why I got a bit confused, and I was like, oh, I should make it 4,000 frames. So note to self. I mean, this is just purely for visual reference, but if you make it the time, then it'll just be a bit more obvious. Yeah, whatever. Either way, they all work. But I was getting a bit confused because I was going, oh no, he's jumping. Oh no, what's going on? And it's because that's the end of the animation. So I'm going to go to the last frame there and make that my endpoint. And then, because when I dragged the time, it was just repeating the animation, which is great they did it, but that's not what I wanted. Zoom in here. And what else did I do? Oh, also, I exported the other two characters from Iclone. So I exported these two characters in the same way, and then I brought them into Unreal. Where are we? And I brought them in, and then I did the same thing. So I brought in the characters, and then I went into their animation. And then, so like, there's their animation. And then I went right mouse button, retarget animations, and then targeted onto it's the female, medium, normal body mesh. So I retargeted it onto that character, that metahuman base. And I did the same thing. I exported it, export animations, blah, 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 blah. And then I put that into this directory. So I've got those two in there. Oh, actually, I haven't exported it yet. So let's do it. So let's go back into upper directory. Here we go. So go back into there, select her animation, go to retarget animations. Oh, wrong one. You can see the Malik's animation because he is also done with the same skeleton, I guess. And where was it? Oh, so here's our animation. Okay. And then I'm going to target skeletal mesh and then pick the F medium. Not plus, F underscore medium. Normal body weight. There we go. Okay, and then hit export animations. Put that into my anim, NOH, characters, and I'm going to call the prefix MH. And then Metahuman. That'll do for now. Okay, and then hit export, export again, and convert that animation into here. So there she is. There's her animation. Double click on that, and we'll see. There she is doing her animation. There we are. Okay, so in the sequencer now, well, actually, I'm going to bring in this character. Hey, there she is up there. So I'm going to drag her into the sequencer. And again, just mute these. I can delete them, but I want to probably want to adjust their animation. So I'll probably convert them, bake them onto the control rigs. But for now, I'm just going to add the animation track there. So MH. Oi, what's going on? Am I in? Oh, sorry, I've got to be on body. So plus animation. I'm looking for MH. And then there it is, that one there. Okay, and I've got to drag it back to 0. Oh, I was at the end. Let's come back here. That's naughty of me. But at least now I figured out that's why they had a jump there at the end. Okay, so now, oh, turn off the Metahuman control rig. So now she's going to be doing that animation, and she hasn't got any face animation, but if she did, it would be there, all done. Let's push her back over there. Careful, being close to the edge. Sure, that's an OSHA violation. Well, you're animating now. Oh, control rigs on. All right, right mouse button, mute. Oh, hang on, you were muted. Right, mute you, and right mouse button, mute you. Those are just quicker ways to get there, but in this case, it was confusing me. All right, it's acting weird. Save it, close the sequencer, and then open that sequencer again. What's going on? All right, let's just delete the control rig. If I come back to it, I'll add another one. If I needed to, you just go body and then bake to control rig, and it'll make the control rig. So I'm going to delete both of those. Makes it easier. I wonder why it's doing that now. Have I muted it? No. Body animation. Let's delete that again. Come back. It'll be obvious when I look back on the video. It'll be like, oh, why did you do that? But in this case, I'm just going to plonk it in there. Plonk. Plonk. Turn you off. No idea. Okay, so I've got my two things animating. And we'll now bring in the other character. Oh, that's one thing I found as well. Because it's a little bit confusing not hearing them, what you can do is basically just drag in the animations the little MP3s that I made earlier. Just drag those into here. There we are. And then I can drag those into the sequencer. Just put my sequencer. I need to have them both open at the same time. Oh, there we go. Okay, so go into my sequencer, go to the first frame, and then drag this track into here. It should just add it. Let's not. Have I got it? I might let go. Right, grab you, drag it into there. No, grab you, drag it into there. Come on, you. Do I drag it to here? No. All right, media track. Where's media tracks? Up here.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion.
Oi. Oh, there we go. No. All right. Okay. Turn my volume down.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can.
Propulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to Isaiah. It's not as powerful as conventional.
Okay. So next character, I'm going to bring Pinnock in, and I don't. Oh, not Pinnock. Meloc. However, I don't have a metahuman yet for him imported, so I'm going to do that. Import his character, and then I will put him in another location. But for now, this will do for this part. Actually, I can just press F. No, is it 2? Press 2. That was my previous position. I'm going to change my lens.
Resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those.
Well, I think that's enough for tonight. I've got the basics working, and then tomorrow I'll kind of improve it and bring in the other character and do the reverse shot of the monitor and things like that. So it'd be nice to have a shot where it's not just a close up of the monitor again. It'd be great to have this sort of background. Maybe he's much closer and she's working in the background like that. Well, that's the lovely thing about Unreal and making animatics is you can scout the location, find what angles work great, use them for a bit, get bored with it, change them again, and everything's just, it's all there for you. Whereas in the past, you'd be drawing your storyboards and you're like, oh, it took ages to draw that one. I'm not going to bother. I don't want to change the angle, things like that. So, yeah, there's just the best thing about this whole thing is that this is the finished shot, even though it's rough. It's like eventually, this model will get plussed out. This environment will get pushed and maxed out in better quality. And then the characters here will be replaced with live action bits of footage and brought into the engine. Then it's all just ready to press go, and then it updates. So, yeah, really fun stuff. All right, so I'm going to call it a night and see you on the next one. All right, bye. Okay, hey, so I finished yesterday and I got the 2 characters in, and then I converted them to the metahuman, and the faces were working, and it was all good stuff. And then I was like, oh, I need to bring in another metahuman. So I brought in the character, but it was a new metahuman because I didn't have an existing one for the character of Malak. and it then broke everything, and it was like, huh? So at that point, it wouldn't let me copy the animation again. I had to go back to the old one where I was doing the control rigs. Basically, you bring in the animation and you bake it onto the CC control rig, and then you copy that control rig onto the Metahuman, but it doesn't do the mouths. It does the visemes. And then I was like, you know what, this is just taking far too long. And the goal is to kind of, get as much done as I can, as quickly as I can. And I love the metahumans, and I will still use them. But for new characters, I was planning on basically using Character Creator to build them. And this kind of just sped it all up, because it was like, I'm changing the rules. I'm changing my methodology again. So now my plan is to use Character Creator to build the characters, to dress them, and then to bring those into Iclone to animate them. So same process as before, but then I'll actually export those and use them as is, because it works great. It's simple, and they look really good. So that's what I've started doing. And then yesterday I basically bit the bullet and went, okay, I need to rebuild my characters. So I'm using Character Creator, and I have basically brought in these guys, and oh,
Solar image. Weren't they banned for being too popular? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
so I'll show you quickly what I did, and then I'll just repeat the process a little bit. And so I'll come out of Unreal, just lower that down. So here's Character Creator, and then I bought an existing character. I mean, that's the great thing, and also the bad thing with Iclone and Character Creator is it's great, but it costs money, and I keep spending all my pocket money on new characters and outfits and things like that. But it's just, I mean, it's made to do it. So Unreal's fantastic, and I love it. But the tools for dressing metahumans and things like that aren't quite there yet, and just the amount of, you kind of stuck a little bit with the amount of metahumans that they've got. And if you want to do like DNA on the faces, you have to kind of really use Maya and things like that. So it's a little bit more kind of high end, or it's brilliant, but there's a lot of things that you need to kind of jump through some hoops to kind of really get it to work. But with Character Creator, it's been around for a long time, and it's more in the realm of they've got all the tools there. You have to pay for them and keep buying more and more things. Like you need a skin pack, and then you need a hair pack, and all this sort of stuff. But it saves me hours and hours and hours and hours of trying to do it myself and messing around. So I'm really happy that I found it. And now it's like, okay, I'm on to the next stage where I'm just basically building my characters in here, and then using those, they call them avatars, using those avatars for basically bringing those into Iclone, animating them, doing the visemes, the face, all that sort of stuff, and then bringing it all in one go into Unreal, and then you're done. I can then, with the Iclone CC rig, it's basically turns it into a metahuman control rig. So you can then go and edit it and add a additive track on top of it, and to adjust some of your animation directly in Unreal as well. So I think for moving forward, that's going to be my kind of go-to method. And oh, it's asking me a question. So this is one of the characters I built yesterday. This was his name is Panook, and then I rebuilt the character Sarah. And actually, did I change? I changed her outfit. Where is it? Oh, it's in here. Here we go. And disk. Would like to save? No. And replace all. That was it. So here she is. So I bought all these different outfits and dragged them on, and I'll go over Character Creator at some point, but I just wanted to kind of get in the ballpark, kind of explain why I've kind of changed. I mean, this whole process is ongoing. The pipeline is constantly changing, and my goal is to get it done as efficiently as possible and with the highest fidelity as possible. And so things, as I learn more, it keeps changing, and I change my approach, and hopefully I'm learning as I go. So these aren't really tutorials, they're more of like a follow along and watch what I did and see how I messed up. But it's kind of interesting, and sometimes I'll try and do like real tutorials where I'll explain how I did something, and hopefully all the software won't change immediately afterwards, which is kind of what happens. Is you go, oh, I figured out, how do I do this? And then you look online, and then everything's changed, and then so it's like being a shark, that thing with you got to keep swimming, otherwise they drown. So it's like that with all of like digital filmmaking and visual effects. It's constantly changing, and you're constantly learning. But hooray for the internet, and hooray for YouTube, because I've learned so much by just going through YouTube and finding tutorials, and then have them, some work, some don't, but it's constantly learning. So here we go. So I've got these two characters, and I'm going to exit out of this and then go into Iclone. Actually, I'm just going to open Iclone in it because it's opening on the other screen. So I'll just do a little orbit around here in the meantime. You can go in there and what should you do? So you can go and change the materials and things like that. Actually, if I do skin, then it turns all the clothes off, so I'm not going to do that. All right, here we go. So I'm going to pretend we're going back in time to yesterday, and I'm going to get up the same scene that I had. I'm just going to kill that one. Which was the 4th version? It was this one. And this was when I was just using the bodies and then retargeting the animation. So none of this work is wasted. It's all there. It's great. But the brilliant thing is we can drag our new avatars onto the existing avatars, which is incredibly powerful. I mean, it's brilliant. So if I go to my custom actor character, and then I find my Panook character, and then I grab him and I drag him onto this Kevin, it will, oh, it's asking me questions. I'm just going to say, yeah, apply. I didn't even look at it, and I'll probably make awful mistakes again like I did yesterday, but edited them out really gracefully. Okay, so there he is, and he's doing the same animation. Just going to zoom out here, and then I'm going to do the same with this Kevin and drag on this character. Which is great. And then lastly, drag that one onto Sarah. And that's the same animation that I had. However, I went, since I played with it, I was like, you know what, I'm going to change her animation and give her some more exciting things to do. So I basically, I did a little bit more animation on her. Would you like to save it? Nope. So this will load up. I gave her some more things to do. Make it more exciting. Ooh, yeah. Where are we? There you go. So she's lifting stuff and doing some things, which will make it fun. Okay. So now the next step is to select your character. Go to File, Export, Export FBX. It's going to ask me questions. I'm going to say, yes. No, I'm not. Because look, current frame. Ah. change that to all, because otherwise it'll just export one frame of this, and then you import it all, and then say, why is it not working? I hate it, man. And well, I do anyway. Okay, so you say export that character, and these are the ones I saved yesterday, but I'll just pretend I'll just put it here. So blah blah. And then this is saying character creator and iClone setup can process FBX files, blah 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 blah. Basically, this is saying to download and install the auto setup for Unreal, which basically makes all of the textures and makes these lovely material instances and all that sort of stuff. So you really should download that. In fact, you have to, because I think all the animation goes crazy as well. The FBX kind of all starts looking all weird and strange. So make sure you install the auto setup. And it's basically you go to the Reallusion page and download it, and then you have to copy those files into your project. So that's a little bit per project based, but it's just great. So I'm just going to say, okay, blah, blah, blah. And then export this out. And then I'm going to pretend that I've exported all three of these. So while it's doing that, I'm just going to lower this. I'm just going to open up my project. So I'm going, I think, have I got Sarah, Pinook, Malik, Sarah? So I haven't got her yet. So I've imported him, Malik, and then I didn't do any retargeting or anything like that, because when you bring him in, oh, actually, let's bring in Pinook. When you bring him in and you double click on his anim, oh, come on, over here. He's all done. He's all ready to go, and there's nothing you need to do. But I am going to do something, because I've noticed that the eye blinks are a little bit softer than what they are inside of iClone. Let's have a look. Yeah, like there. So he should really go down. I wonder if there's something in here. But brown rays, eye blink. Look at that. But I don't think you can't edit them here, can you? Edit curve. Ooh, can you actually edit them here? That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to work. That would be really cool. That'll save me having to do the scale. Three. Hang on, I have to move that. That's where it's scaling from. Oh, wow. Look at that. You can actually scale it. You can do it here. I did not know that. See, isn't that brilliant? So now, when he's blinking, he's only going to blink with one eye. But here we go. They're a little slow, but oh, that's great news. I love that. Actually, I'm just going to come back here. I'm just going to take the top part, because I just want to see what happens there. If I go, get off. Come on, you. I'm gonna hold. I think it's Shift. Does that stops it sliding? Yeah, Shift does it in one direction. Oi, get off. Trying to. Sorry, I'm just trying to move my window. Yeah, well, it's a bit better. Well, that is certainly a lot easier than going into converting the rig and everything to Metahuman. So to the CCrig, which is great if you want to, but however, I blink right. Did I do the left one? So go to curve, edit curve. Yeah, so I'm just going to grab the top ones and then just shift those up. Yeah, that's a bit better. Feel a bit more natural now. Another one coming up. Now let's save this. Now I wonder if I have to reload it. Let's see what happens. No. Oh, okay, it's linked. That's cool. I love it. Didn't know that. Oh, I guess it's that is. Oh, hang on. What are we? Oh, in. Oh, cool. Yeah. What I did here actually is I put the CCrigs on, but I'm not going to. I'm going to start from pretending that I didn't do that. So let's get rid of these two. Okay. So that animation in here, and it's working now, and his blinks are working. There we go. Great. Okay. Now, when you bring this in, there's this where is it? There you go. CC ControRig. Again, that's another one of those Iclone things. So this is all basically for if you've got Iclone and Unreal. So so yeah, you need to install CC ControRig. And the advantage of that is that if I bring in just the regular guy, I can't make a control rig for him. There isn't one. You basically have forward kinematics for him. That's the only kind of control rig that you get, which is like the basic one that every skeleton has. But if you select your model and then right mouse button, create CC control rig, it goes blah 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 and makes a rig in here somewhere. Where are we? Look. Oh, there it is in there, rigs. So it actually makes this rig, but I'll just delete it to show you. Let's delete it. Force delete. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so you would go into there's your character. You basically select the skeletal mesh, right mouse button, CC control rig. And then if I go into rigs, it'll put them in there. So basically it makes a rig for the body and a rig for the head that uses the face board. So the same metahuman control rigs. And then the great thing is you can actually copy and paste those onto the metahuman and use all the animation, which is brilliant. The only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't do the visemes. So it does all the facial expressions, things like that, but the visemes in the mouth, it doesn't convert properly. And one day hopefully it will. The way around it is that you have to go and use the live link thing, and then you can do the faces and that imports them, but it's a palaver, you know. It's a lot of work, and in the end I'm like, this is too much work. I just need to get on with this and plow through it. So I kind of made this decision yesterday. I'm like, okay, this is the most efficient approach. I'm going to do this. I really love the fidelity of the metahumans, and it does have an edge over the Iclone ones, especially the ones like the default ones. But in the end, it's like these are for an animatic. These aren't for finished humans. You know, they're going to be replaced with live action. I might keep some of them for like digital doubles and crowd shots and things like that, which should be great. But for like close-up fidelity, it's going to be human beings and not metahumans or digital characters. Okay, so here's the rigs, and what you do is you bring in the BP rig, which basically combines the head and the body together. So then there's your character. And then if I go into sequence now and I drag him in, he's called CCrig. Let's get rid of that one. So he's called CCrig BP. I'm going to put the name, my character's name, under it, and then when I drag that into the sequencer, it will make a control rig, which is just fantastic. So then you've got the same control rig that you've got with Unreal, and then everything works just like you would animate with Metahuman, and the face board works. And so this is absolutely brilliant, and this is the reason why I kind of discovered Iclone and it was like, oh, this gives me more options. So that's fantastic. Now in this case, I don't need to do it, but I want to. Okay. In this case, what I'm going to do is basically delete the rig and delete the body rig. So we're now almost back to how we were, but because they're separated, we can then put the rigs on them and bake the animation to them if we want to. But I'm not going to, but I like to have the option if I wanted to, because I was going to, because for the eye blinks, but now I've discovered I can just do it right in the animation itself, which is great. Okay, so I'm going to add some animation, and I'm going to add his animation. I'm going to drag it to the first frame. Naughty, I should have been at the first frame. And so now, there he is. Look at that. So he's, no messing around. It's basically what you get inside of Iclone. You're getting parity with Unreal, and it's just fantastic. So now I can just work with the other one. So I'm going to do the same with this guy, Malik, which is one I brought in yesterday. So I'm just going to put his CCrig in there, and then go into my sequencer, go to my outline and find him, and I'm going to delete. This is yesterday's one, so yeah, delete, it's gone, and give him a name. Oh, what happened? Did I just delete Pinocchio? Or did I delete? Oh no, there it is. Okay. Drag you over here. So where is these pants are showing? Go on. I'll delete those. Drag him into the sequencer. Oh, I deleted Pinocchio from the sequencer. Don't just grab them both. Go to frame 0. Delete the rigs off them. Add his animation. Add his animation.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to section 4. It's not as powerful as conventional artillery, but several hits will take down the shield. They will be free to destroy the energy platform in the air. What about the slave lines?
Fantastic. Okay. Now we're going to bring in Sarah. I haven't imported her yet, so I exported her from Iclone same way with the all animation set to all, not current frame, whatever it was. Well, okay. So I've made this is sort of directory structure that I use. You make a one, just the top node, the top root inside your content directory. Make a directory called models, and inside there you have characters, props, and environments. And then inside characters, I make a different subdirectory for each character. Just a way of organizing that is just nice. It's good to be organized, because like my earliest Unreal scripts are just everywhere. So more fun. Okay. Import to game. Then we find Sarah. There she is, bring in the FBX, then hit OK. Going to use the high quality shader this time, because I'm going to be wanting the highest fidelity I can get, and why not? And now it's going to ask me some of those questions, and then the important ones are, and I think by default a lot of these like are closed up, some of these rollouts, so you kind of have to go and open them up. So go make sure T0 as reference pose is on. Make sure import morph targets is on. Then animation is on, animated time, and then the important one is use default sample rate, because that one is turned off by default, and it's custom sample rate of 0. So it makes a frame for every single subframe animation that you've got from, and it just takes ages. So don't do that. Unless you're like sitting around for 10 minutes waiting for things to crash. So there we go. That's the good thing, as you can see that it's bringing in all the animation. And now it's going to start making all of these textures and stuff like that, and all of these, what are they called? Material instances and cool stuff. And it takes longer than before because it's doing some fancy computer magic behind the scenes. It's all like, everything's like that. It's always magic. And then will it break? Will it work this time? And then sometimes it does, and then sometimes it doesn't. Oh, this time looks like it is. But sometimes you just like, oh, I don't know. Does it work? Who knows? I am wittering on, sorry. And then I think with Sarah, what I'll do is I won't bother with the control rig or anything like that because I don't anticipate doing anything with her. But if I do, then that's what you would do. So it just gives you a little bit of some options later in the process to use the control rig. But I think, it's so simple to just, add them. That it's great. So why wouldn't you do it? But I'm not going to. Why wouldn't I do it? Because I want to demonstrate that you don't have to. How cool is that? All right, here we go. Getting closer. It's getting exciting. Okay. Woohoo! Just going to save this. Save all. And here we are. We can see all of the bits that it's brought in. Just go to Sarah Anim. There you can see her doing her animations. Look at that. It's great. Looks good. So I'm going to. All right, I'll do it. I'm going to right mouse button, create CC ControRig, let it do its clever stuff, and it will make a subdirectory in here called rigs, I think. There we go, rigs. So if I go back here, there it is, it's rigs. And then you grab the control rig. So look, there's the body and there's the head, and they're kind of separate. So we're going to go control rig version of her. And then I go into my sequencer. Oh, I'm going to give her a name. BP, was it Sarah? Okay. Okay, so here she is. And I have not dragged her into here. So I'm going to drag her into the sequencer. And now it's made the rig, which is great. So then you can grab the rig, animate her, whatever. Oh, I should be in that one, local mode. Look at that, great. So you could just give keyframes in the same way that you would with your Metahuman, which is brilliant. But in this case, I want to turn them off. I don't want them on. But I would like to have the option of having them on later. So you grab CCrig Sarah, choose animation track, and then find her animation. And again, I need to put it here. But there she is. So she's doing her animation just the same as in Iclone. There is, I think there's an Iclone offset button or something, so you can work out where everyone is in relation to each other. But for now, I didn't really need that because I was planning on just positioning them in Unreal. So I'm going to have her up here doing some repairing. Sorry, nerd alert. Okay. Ooh. Don't know. So if I had to have that and have to animate it and do that sort of stuff, what would I do? Let's kind of use this as a teachable moment. Okay, so this is not working. What I would do is, let's have a look. What would I do? I would do this. Here we go. This is what I would do. I bring in the rig. There she is. Okay. And then go to my sequencer. Bring her into the sequencer. Deactivate, deactivate. And then control rig. Oh, here we go. Sorry, animation. Put the animation on her. And that's. Is it because I moved it? Come on. Get away. Get away. All right. No, not ship. Get off. Where's she gone? Oh, I've just deleted her. I'm getting too excited. Okay, there she is. Let's call her Sarah. Go into my sequencer, bring her in there, and then I'm going to bake everything to the control rig. So delete body, delete rig, plus that one animation. There we go. So she's doing that. Now, I would bake to control rig. So I would select face, right mouse button, bake to control rig, and it's not giving me the option for the CCrig. So you turn that filter asset by skeleton off, bake to control rig, CC face rig. And then it asks you for options for baking, and you say, yeah, all of them, bake it. Okay, so now it's got animation on the face rig. And then I'm going to go to the top again, and now go animation. Oh no, sorry, not animation. What am I doing? Right mouse button, bake to control rig, and we're going to bake to the body rig. And I'm going to say, yep, okay. Okay, so now it's all baked to the control rig, so I can delete the animation. And now if I select her, where is she? Sarah. Now I can move this. Whee! Put her up here. And now she works like that, which is great. Hooray! So that's pretty cool. If I didn't want that, I could have just brought her in and used the original FBX animation. So this is just now that I've got her with her own rig, what you can do is you can grab the body and then I can add another rig on top of this. So you say plus there and then hit additive. So this will make another track on top of this track. So this is your base animation, and then on top I've got an offset animation. So like if I go in here, these have got no animation on them. But if I say I wanted to move her head somehow, I wanted to grab her head. Is her head? There we go, and be in local mode. So now I could move her head over here, rotate it over there like that, and I'm in the head mode. Yep. So this will track through the whole animation now. And I can add another one over there. Did I save a key? I didn't save key. But if I save a key, then so that's why we love the control rigs, so you can do additional additional animation on top of it, or offsets, so you can kind of like retarget your poses and things like that when you're actually in the engine rather than having to do it in iClone. So it's just a nice level of adjustment. Now you're in the finishing package. Package. Yeah. So I'm going to delete that one because I don't want it. But there we go. Now, if I wanted to go back and get rid of the control rig, you could just select the rig, right mouse button, and then is it bake? Oh, actually, I'll go to the top. I go to the top of it and then bake animation sequence. And then this will actually put it back as an FBX animation onto the original skeleton. Not sure about the pace, probably. All right. Anyway, so we never figured it out, but we figured out a workaround. And that's what it's all about, because all of this stuff it's so new. Everything's constantly new. It's always changing. It works for a bit and then it doesn't work and something breaks. And, it's great. What fun. It's, it's new technology. That's the beauty of it. And it's constantly moving, changing, updating, but the principle is always the same. What makes a nice image, what makes something feel good and animation feel natural, etc. So the kind of base, the fundamentals are the same. It's just the way you get to them changes constantly. It's like trying to eat and your fork keeps changing the design, and then you're like, but I still want to eat, but how do I get there? Anyway, I'm hungry. I want to go and have my supper. All right. I hope this was fun to watch and you might have learned something. On the next one, I'm going to show you how to make one of those little the monitor kind of scene capture 2D again, because I love it. And then I'm also going to do a bit of kit bashing, because I just bought a load of robot kind of industrial robots to kind of put in here, because these characters are going to have lots of robots building their spaceships and kind of like the equivalent of futuristic 3D printers and stuff like that, because that technology is going to get better and better and better, and in the future, 100 years from now, you'll be able to 3D print motorbikes and stuff like that. And so that's what these rebels are doing. The nomads, so they're kind of making all their spaceships and technology using 3D printing and what do you call it? I forgot what it's called, but effectively 3D printy type technology, but not like the old type ones, but robotics and milling machines and all that sort of stuff. All right, anyway, see ya. Bye. Hi, thanks for tuning in for part 2 of this series. I don't know how many parts are in it, but it's part 2, so that's good. We've got over part 1. Part 1, I did change my methodology. Originally, I started off using metahumans, animating in Iclone, transferring that animation onto the metahumans, and it was kind of more complicated than I needed to be. It's useful if that's your ending characters, but my ending characters, don't tell this guy, but they're going to be humans and real people rather than CGI characters. These are kind of getting me through the animatic. I can block it all out and that kind of stuff. So he's built in Character Creator 4. I'm animating in Iclone, bringing that into Unreal, and then dressing it with as much kit bashing and marketplace things as I can until I'm ready to go into full-on production, and then I'll probably just color correct them. And that's it. All right, anyway, I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes, but I can't help it. All right, enjoy the video, and if you do enjoy the video, please like and subscribe, and then ask away any questions, because I'm kind of new to this. So I'm not really sure what people find interesting. If they find any of it interesting, I'll know by the 3 views that it's had in 6 months. But, I'm going to make the film anyway. And it's like I'm talking to myself. So why not? I mean, I do that in a room on my own anyway. So at least now I've got a camera so I can see the insanity unfold. Okay, enjoy the video, and I'll see you at the end. All right, bye. Hey, good morning. So another day, another pipeline. So I started blocking this out yesterday, and I started getting that problem again when I was moving the character with the BP rig on. So I am like, you know what? I don't need to do any of that. I'm going to just make it super simple. So I remove those characters and then just brought them in without the BP rig. So they are basically what you get from Iclone directly into the engine. So these guys. So I didn't bother with where's the BP rig? The CCrigs. So the CCrig, all that sort of stuff that was going on before. Wherever you are, I don't know where you are now. I've lost it. But I basically, so I'm ignoring that. So new policy, bring in your character and just use the animation. And then if you need to adjust it, I'll show you how. So I've gone into my sequencer. I organized this a little bit better as well. So I made some directories in here and folders just to kind of make it easier to find everything, because I was getting confused and I'm like, where's that thing? Where is it? And so it was a bit easier. Good to be organized. Okay, so in this case, let me just delete this character. So say deleting you. Okay, so say we're starting this again. I would delete him from here. So I would bring in my character. Where is he? It was Panook. There we go. So there's my character directly from Iclone. So I brought him in. Rewind the video a bit. Okay, and then drag him into the viewport. Then from here, drag him into the sequencer. I'm going to put him into characters. That's the nice thing about 5.4. You can actually drag these things from here and put them directly into the folders. Because before, it wouldn't let me do that. So, hooray. Thank you, programmers. Okay, and now, go to my first frame, which I'm at with this button here. Click on Animation, Plus, and then bring in the animation that came from Iclone. Ta-da! That's it. All done. All right, no messing around. However, if I was like, oh, you know what? I really need to adjust the arm. Rather than going back into Iclone, what I would do is bake this to the control rig. And it's to the default FK control rig. Every single skeleton that you bring in has a default kind of no control rig. It's basically, it lets you use the bones and animate them directly. So only through rotation. So it's forward kinemation. Okay. All right. So what you do is you select your character, right mouse button, and then bake to control rig, and you see you've got one. That's all you've got, your only choice. If you turn off filter by asset, you'll see loads of others, but don't do that. So just bake to control rig and say FK ControRig, and then we just say create, and then it will go through and make a control rig version. So you'll have access to all the bones that you need to adjust and things like that, but we don't adjust those bones, we added another one. So okay, here's your control rig. There we go. See the keys everywhere. So it's now using the control rig, which is brilliant. So here's your control rig, and you'll see animation keys on every single thing. So it's going to be hard to go in there and individually animate each one, but we don't want to do that. So what we want to do is add an additive control rig on top of this. So we go to our first frame, and then you hit the plus button here, and then you hit additive. And now you see under here, you've got another whole copy of this, and with no animation on it whatsoever. So if I wanted to adjust his clavicle, I would go into here and then find, well, there we go. I'll adjust his head because that's easier to find. So if I click up here, press the rotate button. Now I'm just going to play this so you can see what his head's doing. Okay, and if I wanted to adjust it, and have him looking over here, et voila. So now I could set a key for this, press that button there, rotate over here, rotate that, and you'll see it rotate between the two. Brilliant. So super simple. Let's just keep it like that. No messing around with fancy control rigs or anything like that. I just need to get it done because I'm spending far too long on this. All right. So I'm going to just, oh, actually, there's another thing you can do. I'm just going to delete the animation. So say I'm really happy with that, and it's like, I'm not going to change it again. And I might want to save this animation and pass it on to another character or something like that. I can then bake this back to an animation sequence. So you just come back to your first frame, and it'll only bake what it sees in your timeline. So if your animation goes beyond this, then you need to extend your frame range to that. But I don't. So again, in this case, I would select my character, right mouse button, and then bake animation sequence. Give it a name somewhere. Putting it in there, put it in there. Let's just, oh, let's, right, put it in there. Okay, give it a fancy name like AAA. Okay. Comes up with another window. Export to animation. Has it done it? There we go. Okay, now I can delete these guys and then just add an animation, and then you'll see that hey, like that. And there it is. And now we're back to an animation. Except I've moved the head around and I don't want that. So right, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Oh, actually, what I could have done is just, right, bring back my original. So let's do that. Okay. Then animation, bring back the one that came when I imported it from Iclone. All right, no faffing around, no messing about. That's it, because I just need to get on with blocking out this sequence now. So that's the kind of fun tutorial part of this video, and the rest of it now I'll probably speed up, but I need to get on with it. I'm trying to make a movie. All right, so I will kind of just stop playing, and this is going to be more like a live stream. What you can see at the top here is I started bringing in some other robot geometries and things like that, and they've got lovely animations on them and stuff like this, and they are another asset pack that I bought from Marketplace, and that was called Industrial Robot, and it's a lovely pack. It's got some great stuff. Let me just save this. Files, save all. They go into the map, so I'll just show you what they are. Let's go to the demo one, just for fun. There we go. Look at those, aren't they brilliant? Wait, it's big. I've forgotten how to use it. There it is. There we are. And then if I press play, some of these have got animation on them. So if we come up here. Oh, I'm going to use this one like that. Look at that. Beautiful. So I'm just using some of these and then bringing them into that scene just to give it some more sci-fi life. Okay. All right. So I should carry on. I'll keep it recording, and then I'll look up every now and again and sort of go, ooh, look at that. Oh, this is what I'm doing. But I'm going to be quiet for a minute. Okay. All right. See you later. You can just look over my shoulder and see what the magic happen. And that's the thing. That's the great thing about Unreal is that, unlike drawing, you can build your environment and then look around it and then start auditioning camera angles, and then it's like being a kid playing with your action figures. It really is. It's really fun. So it's great to be a grown man getting to play with the little figures. Go blah, 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 blah. But that's fun. Why not? Enjoy it. Life's short, so get on with it. All right. Here we go. And let's go and play. All right. So I'm going to go back into my levels, go back into NMH, and then find my scene, and then find my sequencer. And here we are. So we've got these two characters talking, and he's talking, and she's talking. Well, I'm going to start with the top because this character is up here, and she's doing some ship repair. I'm trying to think what would be kind of cool like that. Maybe a shot, like maybe one of those kind of shots where we're coming down, we're tracking down like that. We've got some robot stuff, so let's try that as an opening shot. So let's grab my characters, my cameras, CM. I give my camera CM, so it's a camera, and then I give it a name, and it's and that way it's just easy to follow what I'm doing. Except I've got two. All right, let's delete that one. Okay, my first camera, and let's go pilot it with this button. So I'm now piloting that. It's kind of a long lens, but it's quite a shallow depth of field, so I'm going to reduce the shallow depth of field and change the aperture down a bit. Oh, open that up. Exposure. Oh, I'm on automatic. All right, so I like to change my camera exposure to manual. So it defaults. You see here, as I change the aperture, I like make it really small, so it's really wide open. It's made it much shallower depth of field. However, the exposure stayed the same, and it's on automatic exposure. So I always, except in this case, turn on metering mode, change that auto exposure, and I'm in the camera. Basically selected camera, looked for exposure, went to lens exposure metering mode, and changed auto exposure to manual. Okay, and then change exposure compensation, and then we brighten that up. So now, if I change this exposure, you'll see it will start getting darker like a real camera. So I like that because the default is to kind of change the aperture and make it, basically it's for games. So like when you go into a dark area, it'll expose up. And when you go somewhere bright, it'll expose down, which is great if you're playing a game. But if you're doing cinematics or anything like that, you want the aperture to stay the same unless you're doing something deliberate. And so there we go. So I like to do that on all my cameras. And it's weird. I see a lot of videos where people, they change the min and the max to a certain level. And I don't understand why they do that, because you can just do it all here. In fact, I've saved this to my favorites like that. So I don't know if you know about the favorites up the top here. So if you use something all the time, let's say, so up here I've got all these different things, all camera sort of things. So I can turn on my draw debug, so I can see where my focus plane is, and move that because I use that a lot. So there's my focus plane in this case. I turn that off, but it's under my favorite. So that's normally blank until you set it. So say that I wanted to change motion blur. So that was one of my things. I'm always turning this button on. So what you do is you select it and then right mouse button, add to favorites, and then you'll see it go to the top here, and then under favorites you'll see that now. So where is it? There we go. There's my motion blur amount. Turn that on, then you can change it and turn it off, blah blah blah. So you don't have to keep scrolling down to try and find your favorites, which is a really handy thing. So right mouse button, I'm going to remove that from my favorites because I don't want to change that. I think I default to no motion blur because that's all part of the movie render queue settings, and so I don't have the inversion. I hate motion, like that motion blur when you're trying to move around and it's streaking everywhere. It's like when you're playing Cyberpunk or something like that, and they have like the default motion blur on, and it's too much, and it's like it's no good. Oh, I've got a visitor. Hello, Puss. I've got a helper. He's very interested, aren't you, in what I'm doing? No, he's not. It's a cat. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was just showing you that on the camera. So I'm going to go back to, where am I going? Okay. I was looking at over here, wasn't I? I was filming her like that. Quite a long lens. I'm going to change my focal length. Come in a bit over here, and I'm piloting this camera at the moment. I'm going to get a bit wider too. And then calm down. Okay, let's try that let's try something like that. Get nice God rays and that sort of stuff. So I should really start this at 1,000. What you tend to do is if you start your frame at 1,000, then often in a shot you might want to go back a little bit and start a little bit earlier. But if you're starting at 0 or 1 and you want to extend the shot of the head, then your frames are going to be negative. So it can be a pain when you're rendering and you're trying to bring those frames into your edit and it's got negative frames. So I am going to I'm just going to move everything to just further in the world at the time. So I wonder if I can just grab everything. Let's make this smaller. What have we got? Everything. Can I just grab everything and move it? Okay. Let's have you start. Let's find 1,000. Where is 1,000? Let's go to 1,000. I'm going to change this number. Where are you? Can I go there? Oh, wait. 1,001. Okay. Let's just move you all to here. So hopefully now you'll start at 1,000. And before there should be 0. Great. Okay, good. So I'm going to make that my start frame. And you can type in the frame you want to go to here, 1001. And then I'm going to go into my playback options, change my start to 1001. And whatever the end was, what does the end look like? 1250. Let's try something like that. Oh, yeah, 1250, 1250. here, and it's no, it's not. It was 2150 2520. Okay. Make it longer, whatever that is. Yeah, right. Great. Okay. I'm going to save a key there for my first camera. So select my camera. Oh, console variables. Those are my console variables, which I like to have them in the sequencer rather than have everything in the movie render queue, because there's certain things that just kind of bug me that I want to see now. And one of the things I'm turning nanite off because I get some weird shadows on this geometry and stuff like that. So I've got R nanite 0, which is great. And then I've got ray trace culling 0 as well, which is really handy one, because as you move the camera further back, the ray trace shadows will turn off on small things, which is great if you're doing a game and you need to save memory and you need to be performative. But in my case, I'm rendering seconds a frame rather than milliseconds a frame, so I'd like to turn that off. And to create a console variable, and that's normally what, your things you type down here, you've got all these fancy commands and stuff, which are always a mystery until you find them. You go, that's what does it. Oh, brilliant. So you go to add, I'm going to add here. So you do plus add, and then you type in console variable, wherever they are. There it is, console variable track. And it's added one down here. And I'm going to put it under my CVARs. And then you hit the plus button here. And then you go, where is it? And then it'll start exactly where this is. So it's really handy to have it in here. If I'm doing, say I was doing like some VDB culling for distance, and it was like on one shot I wanted it to be this one distance, but then on another shot I wanted it to be a different distance, and those sort of things. So it's great. So you can actually just edit them in the sequencer and have like console variable just for this little section, and then another one for here. So that's another advantage of adding them here. So you add the console variable, use the plus. Oh, just added 2. All right, don't need to. All right, where are you? Come back. Delete. All right. And then you go and right mouse button on the console variable track, go to properties, and then you have to just type it down here and they add CVAR values here. So you'd say, I don't know, R dot nanite 1, right? So here, say I might want to turn nanite on for this bit and have it off for this section here. So maybe like that, it'll come on. And so that's great though, isn't it? That's really handy. So I'm not going to have that because I don't want those shadows to appear, but I'm just going to delete that and get back on with it. But I thought that's a handy thing to show you. Okay, so we're in this track. Going to here. What was going to do? Yeah, I was going to add a camera move. So let's go. Let's look up here like this, and I'm just going to do a really poor version. Press that button there, and it's going to save a keyframe, and it defaults to this button. See if you see this triangle button here, the diamond button. You press that down, and this is actually, it's set to cubic auto at the moment. Normally, I like to have it for linear. So whatever, if I turn it to linear now, this keys already that you've made will stay the same. But if I make a new key, let me put lost in here. These should be linear from now. Oh, they haven't changed their thing, have I not? Oh, I did it. I changed it. I know. Just the icon looks. Let me go into the curves. Oh, you still wonder why that is. Yeah. Well, forget it then. Come back here. Or maybe it's because I've already made a key. I don't know. If I did want to change the keys, you select the keys, right mouse button, and then change it here to linear. And then I was trying to be all fancy and show you it would change to a different icon. But if I make a key now, all right, let me just delete all keys. Just go away. All right. well, you just press this button here and then everything magically will be correct. So I changed that to linear and save a key. I'm just going to save a key on my transform at the top. Look at that. Let's see, triangle. And then save another key. I'm going to use my controller. Am I? Is it plugged in? Oh yeah, no, it's plugged in. Let's have a look. That's kind of cool. Let's have a look at that. Save a key there. Oh, damn it! I pressed the wrong. I saved the key in the wrong button. Meant to do that. No. Whoop 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 whoop. Okay, I'm meant to come down here. Where are you? Where's my? Oh, right, it's camera. There's my camera. Hit save my transform. Okay, and then that's. Oh, look at that! That's a fancy move. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. All right, there you are. Okay, let's have a look, see what this looks like. Okay, not too bad. There's lots of bumps in there, so we'll iron those out. So you go into your transform, and then this little button here shows you your keyframes, and then you can go through and change each one. So I'll start with the rotation. You can see here they're just linear. So I like to have the start to be linear, and then these I selected them, right mouse button, and I'm going to change them to auto, and then you can see the curves become curves now. I don't know what that is. That's the roll, so there is no roll, so I'll just delete that one. And then this one here. Let's see what happens if I just change them all to auto. Okay, great. And now relocation. Let's get rid of that horrible where it just goes. There we are. Let's select all of those. The middle. What is that? Is that my? Okay, a bit fast. Actually, I'm just going to grab all my transforms, and then I'm just going to scale these out a little bit. So select those. Actually, I'm going to use the scale tool, which is this guy here. So if you select this guy, select overall, you've got points, and it makes this bounding box, and it scales wherever this point is. So I want the beginning to be the same. So I'm moving my anchor to there, and then I can grab the end of this and then just pull it. So you're scaling it all from here like that, and you can scale the Y value or the X value like that. It's still too fast there. In fact, I'm going to move this, pull it from the beginning a bit too. Oops. Ah. So I'm going to make that. Oh, was it the blue one, wasn't it? Z was a bit. I'm going to just have it starting a bit more so it's a bit more even. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, file, save all. I'm going to change animate my focal distance on that. So we'll probably start off here. Maybe I'll have some snow coming down outside, and then we'll rack to her and then rack to the next character. So I'm going to change my manual focus distance here. And I don't think I've got any keys there yet. So let's add a key over. Actually, I'm going to change this back to the, diamond one, back to auto, because I don't need to have a sudden curves change, linear, whatever. Okay, let's focus on her. I'm going to go back to my favorites and then put my draw debug focus plane on, which is down here somewhere, like under one of these menus. But that's why I add favorites, or you just search for it, focus, debug, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to bring this forward. Like that, so she's in focus and it's saved a key. Then I'm going to go to my next one. And then let's focus on him. There we go, like that. And maybe I'll bring him a bit closer to me. I'm doing it in the details panel, bringing it forward, which does kind of turn off the animation when you do that. So I don't know why or how to change that. Or I could do it directly in here. If I do it in the sequencer, then it doesn't do that. So as long as I update my animation, then you'll see it. But I can also do it in here like that. But then it keeps the animation, which makes sense because it's looking through the sequencer, and this is looking through the non-sequencer. Okay. So go back to my camera, which was this guy here. And I'm just going to change my focal distance to be a bit closer on to him, and then maybe a bit low. I don't know. Well, we'll come back to it. I'll play with it later. Delete that point. Okay, so maybe at this frame I'll set the focal distance to over here. Look at that. Brilliant. What fun. So we'll come through. Look at that. That's great. All right. Turn that off. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And this character is going to be on a computer screen. So I should probably set that up. Okay. So for now, let's just bring him forward. I'm going to do it in here, in the sequence, so that way it won't update this guy. And I'm going to put him where I'm going to put his monitor. See, I wish this was like Blender, in that in Blender you can just press G and then it doesn't matter where the cursor, the little icon is for the object center, because in Unreal you have to find it and then move it. And if there's a way of not doing that, let me know, because it's really irritating. And I just want to just G and then just drag this thing. That's a really good thing about the blenders. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm just going to put him down here. Let's put him there as if he is the monitor. So yeah, this should come up a bit. So he's looking at this on I probably have maybe a monitor here and some junk on a table and another robot and things like that back there to make it a bit more production value. And that's the thing I love about this stuff, is that you're making a movie in your bedroom. It's just brilliant. It's really fun. Except this isn't my bedroom. This is my shed. There we go. All right, let's bring him down. Let's see what happens if I... Oh, you're the other way around. Ooh, that's the back of him. Turn him around. All right, so it'd be like do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. You have a table there. Okay, and I want to frame it over a bit like that. So I'm going to go back and select my camera. Another way you can grab the camera is if you go to the top here, and then if you right mouse button on the actual camera that's active, that the timeline is parked on in the timeline, right mouse button, and then you can go to select that camera, and then it jumps all the way down to here in your details panel and the sequencer. So that's just a quick way of getting there rather than to like scroll down, find out where it is, blah 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 blah. So I'm going to go into my first frame, and I'm just going to have you like that. That feels a bit better. And then transform. Okay. Okay, then at the end, I'm gonna come up a bit. Okay, so I don't want too much of a bit of a line there. Let's have a look like that. That's kind of interesting framing. And I've got my auto key on, so it should know that I've updated that key that I was parked on. There we go. Great. Okay, so let's go back here, and then let's bring him forward a bit. Oops. Let's go. It's not. Where were we? Oh, we were there, were we? Oh yeah, he's too far back. Right. There we go. All right, then I'll have to add another light down here because he's getting a bit shadowy. Also, it looks like his eyelashes are set to after depth of field rather than before depth of field. No, I'll show you how to fix that in a bit. It's just a material thing. In materials, it's got depth of field and blurs. Transparency is always kind of tricky for Unreal and game engines. They're always they don't like transparency. So there's some tricks and stuff like that you have to do. The way that it calculates the depth of field on an object with transparency, it'll calculate it after the depth of field or before the depth of field. So if you've got something with a transparency on that looks like this, then you need to change that. So anyway, I'll come back to it. I'll write that down. So here we go. I'm going to go and what was I doing? I'm going to grab the camera, right mouse button, select the camera, and I was going to change my focal distance here. There we are. Delete that one. Okay. Oh, move that. Don't move that one. Oh, I've got another key there. Don't want that key. Let's get rid of those. Don't need my scale. Oh, what did I do there? Oh, that was the scale. I got rid of my rotations. All right, all of them. I didn't want to do that. All right. There we are. Oh, he moves over there. I see. Let's just start doing that now. Just adding a bit of life to the camera. And then when I come to do this with live action, I could probably put the camera on a boom like that to film her and kind of match that parallax. And then for this guy, he would be probably just 2D, because at this point I'm just, so when the camera comes to a move, the end of the move there, we're kind of on a long lens as well, so you're not going to see that much parallax just coming into here, especially if I rack once he's already in frame like that. So he would probably be on a plane, and then that saves me having to do 3D tracking and all those sort of things. So I just basically want to avoid as much 3D tracking as possible, because then it's, you've got to track the camera, import the camera, move in, and all those sort of things. So, you know, I mean, it's definitely, like, some shots I will do that, and other ones I won't do that. But at this stage, I just think about what looks nice rather than what is rather than the mechanics of like how am I going to do it. So I won't limit myself at this point to the low budget format. I kind of go, this is what I really want. And if I had an ultimate budget, I would be filming this with real cameras and real sets, and it'd be brilliant. But I just love it that we can do this now and get just really enjoy the process of making stuff and being creative and not having to answer to anyone. And I love it. It's very exciting for me. Nerd. Okay, let's move this monitor over here. I've come down, I'm resting, and yeah, it's just rotation. So I might just block in a little table or something for here. So I'm just going to grab a shape. I'm just going to grab, oh, here we go. Where are we? I'm just going to grab a cube and bring it into here like this. And here we go. This is the ultimate greyboxing. So I'm just going to scale this down. And I think that's, I might have a TV or a monitor, something like that there. And a table below this. So let's just bring this down here. And let's pull it down to do it all on the camera. Like that. Yeah. Flat screen. Yeah. Not a CRT. All right. Let's have a look. Yep. Computer monitor there. Let's put him up a bit. About here. And then I just feel like I need something else around it. But here. Maybe something thinner. Maybe a couple of them. Whoops. Wait. Right, there we go. Whee. Well, and that's another thing from live action filmmaking. The thing that I didn't realize until I made my feature film was it takes so long to change the lighting from one side of the set to the other. Like in this world, if I'm filming here and then I just move the camera around, and then it's like great, and you just film there, blah, blah, blah. But in the real world, they'd have to light everything from point of view of the camera. So for this guy, you'd put some light on the side of his face here and some light here, and then you maybe put some bounce here, etc., etc. And that takes like half an hour to set up all those lights. And then you go, oh, now can we just do the reverse? And it's like, yeah, sure, just give me half an hour because we need to now light the other side. And so to speed things up, you try and keep everyone on the same side of the light, so that you can just light for one view rather than lighting to do the reverse, because in real filmmaking it's all about speed. Thankfully, I'm hoping that with the blue screen environments, and if I know what lights I'm doing, I should be able to do my reverses pretty quickly, because I would just rather than change it's called a French reverse, where you basically just switch you switch the camera to the other side of the line, and then you keep the lighting kind of pretty much the same, but it looks like you're going from one to another. And I'll do a video on that as I get a bit closer to it, but remind me of that French reverse it's called. So that was just one of the interesting things because on my film I had like hundreds of storyboards, and it was like, I'm going to do this shot, and I'm going to do the reverse, and I'm going to do this one, and then when it comes to actually shooting it, and you've got like instead of having this much time, which is in your head, you've got like this much time to get your shots done. So you like have to go, how am I gonna lose all those reverses and shots? So you put both characters on the same side of the screen at once, and do like they call it like the American, where you have like 2 shots and stuff like that. So just to get through the footage as quickly as possible. So anyway, I digress, but it's all about digressing anyway. So shut up, Dean. All right, getting on with it. Okay. So here's my shot, here's my character, chatting away. All right, I think that's pretty good for now. And then if this was a real movie, I would treat this as my first camera. I would have this established shot. I would film the whole sequence through this angle like this, and do my whole I would film it all in one go, and then when it comes to editing it, bring that whole long take into Davinci, and then chop, and use the bits that you want. Inside of Unreal, there's like a shot system where you can have like shots and stuff, and I still haven't quite worked it out. So what I have been doing is just go from one shot, and then I add another camera, and it cuts to it here on this track, and then it cuts back, and it cuts, and it's fine for my purposes. But on some of these shots where I'm now trying to do 2 at once, so I'll actually I'll turn this one off, add another camera underneath, and then like render the first camera, and then render the second camera, and then edit it all as like takes inside of Davinci. So that is still ongoing, the best way of doing that, because I've tried the shots, and it's kind of annoying for me, and I'm sure I'm doing it wrong. So again, check back in a few months, and I'll be like, oh, this is how we do this. This is really straightforward. But at this point, I'm like, oh, I'm winging it. So okay, what was I going to do? So that's good. I'm going to save my scene, and now I'm just going to come out of here. I'm going to stop piloting by just pressing my main camera. So that pilots whatever. It doesn't actually. That shows you the viewport set to whatever this camera is on the timeline. If I turn that off, then I'm free to move about and kind of do what I want. So I would probably come over here now. You see, that's not good, is it? It's too, seeing it in reality, it's a bit not quite right. So let's move him up and closer where a monitor would be. So the monitor, I would say that he's kind of looking over here like that, isn't he? He'd be about here. Let's move this guy up. Yeah, it's annoying that you have to grab that, but I think there's a new tool for that. They've fixed that somehow, or come up with a different kind of what's the word? No, center point, whatever it is that you grab. So yeah, because if it's off screen, you have to use these guys. I wish you could just grab it and move it up, but as soon as I click in here, it's going to move the camera. Yeah. All right, we'll figure it out, and then I'll be like, yay, look, it was really easy. I'm just going to multi-select these objects. So that was just using the control button. And for anyone wondering, yeah, I'm doing it all on a PC. So this is PC. I don't know anyone that actually does it on a Mac. We did some stuff on my day job on the Macs because it was for the Apple Vision Pro thing, and it was the eventual delivery of the project. So, but for my cinematics and stuff like that, I love my PC. I was a big Mac guy on my last film because I was using Final Cut Pro, which I loved, Final Cut Pro X, and then everyone was like, no, it's awful, I hate it. And I was like, oh, it's awful, I hate it, until I started using it. Then I loved it, and it was great, and everything worked fine. But I wasn't doing 3D stuff so much. I was doing some Blender things and stuff like that, but mostly Nuke and Blender and Final Cut Pro. But then when I started doing getting into environment work and stuff like that at my day job, then I had to learn 3D Studio Max and the whole PC world because 3D Studio Max doesn't run on what was it, on a Mac. So I had to go, oh no, I'm learning PC. It's but then I was like, oh no, this is really good. And yeah, all right, sharp now. Okay, so I'm just moving that. We put that table where I think a table wouldn't be there. It would be about here, and that computer would be on there. And then I'm going to make that into a, well, and then what I'll do is I'll go through and adjust my other shot to make this feel more, and to make it work. But and these things are way too. Oh, I can have stuff on the table. And then it was nice having something. I'm going to use Alt to duplicate. It was nice having something back here in 3D space to give it some sort of parallaxy depth. I don't know what those things will be yet. So yeah, he's like doing that. He's probably looking over here on a table. Again, this character's not needed, but I'm just putting them down here like that. Okay. So that kind of looks interesting. Let's yeah, then I'll do something cool with the background and maybe put another spaceship back there, and to show you this is like a spaceship repair area for the nomads. Oops, that one. That kind of, we all like that. Nice, cool telly. Okay, do all right, and then I'm also just going to save this camera position. That's not. Let's come back. I'll make it a longer lens. But if I do as a control, and then a number 3 or 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, and then you see it says save bookmark. So now I can get back there by just pressing 3. So that's handy for later. Okay, so let's come back into here, and it's going back to my other shot. And actually, it's not too bad. That table, see? Oh, it was like, it feels like I planned that, but I didn't. I'm going to probably move my camera up a little bit. Oops, I'm moving my shot. So let's go and select my camera, right mouse button on the camera track, and then select the camera. And then let's come to that last frame. What's going on there? Well, that's just a rotation, is it? So maybe well, let's go into the curves, location, my Z. Let's see what that looks like. There we. That's one of the things with hotkeys and things like that. I use quite a few different programs, and they've all got different hotkeys for orbiting and moving and timelines and stuff like that, and so it gets a bit confusing. Ease that out. Right, I'll move this back a bit too. Back a bit and down a bit. Yeah, because that's yeah. I mean, it's a bit boring seeing the back of a black screen, but we need to. It's nice to have something there. Okay, and then I'm going to go back now to my other angle by turning that off and then pressing just 3. Let's press 3 again. Yeah. Okay, so it's a bit low though, isn't it? How high is he? He's about right height. Just make it bigger. Oh yeah. He's got a big telly. There. Why not? What's wrong with that? Hey, you can do that. Turn that on. Big telly. Too big. Yeah, red. red. I'm not seeing the table now. Oh, well, let's come down then. Yeah, I like just a touch of the table. And I'm going to move you across a bit. Which way are you going? You going? Oh, you're going backwards. Oh, I see. Okay. And then if something's really bugging you and you want it from a certain angle only, and it's like, say on this one, I have to have the TV exactly there. And then when I come to my next shot on the reverse, and it's like, well, TV, I kind of want it over here like that. Then you just move it on that shot, which is great. And that's one of the advantages of using the shot system or using sub layers. You can turn things on and off for another track. So it's like when we come to this camera, certain lights are on, certain props in a different position, etc. So that's the great thing. I mean, you do that in live action. So you just go from one angle. That looks great. On the next angle, when you do the reverse, you go, oh, that cup's in the way. Let's just move it. So yeah. So you don't have to think logically when it comes to making these things. It's like what works for the shot. Everything is like what makes this one shot look better. And continuity be damned. I mean, if you watch films and you're really hyper aware, it's like every shot is backlit, and it's like the sun can't always be behind everyone at 3/4 backlit. So it's just the convention of filmmaking. It's like what makes it look good and isn't distracting, so you can kind of concentrate on the performance and then be surrounded by lovely visuals too. So you want to get that balance, performance first and then the visuals. That's why I like to use live action. That's why I'm not, fingers crossed, I'm not going to animate this one, because this one is especially when you're in like a science fiction world and everything's so magical and different. And anyway, I think unless you're James Cameron, that having live action makes it easier to connect with the actor. And it's like you always connect with people more than just people. I find that you tend to connect with humans more than synthetic people, whether they're cartoons or CG people and things like that. I never feel that connected. So there you go. All right. Carry on. Okay, so I'm going to do my reverse now. So let's have a look. So it's my establishing. Now I'm going to do my reverse. So I'm going to... Actually, I'll make a new camera. I would normally just duplicate the camera that I've got, but I want to show you my camera because I'm just going to go back into here. You can notice things like this. Look at the bokeh. See, it's anamorphic. And so I want to show you how I did that. And this will be a nice little excuse for that, right? Picking a frame. There we go. That will do. Right. So I'm going to go back now to my, turn off this. Going to go to my 3, which was, this is the thing. So this is roughly where I wanted my next shot. Let's have a look over the shoulder. And I'll probably change the lens a little bit. Actually, I won't, at this point, that's roughly where I want the camera for now, say. So I'm going to make a camera at this angle and position. So if you go to these 3 little lines, then there's a create camera here button, and we create cine camera actor. Actually, I don't know what the difference is, but I've always done cine camera actor. So use cine camera actor. Okay, so now it's made a camera. I'm going to give it a name. Reverse. Reverse. Pinnock. Oops. Oh, actually, I'll go CM Pinnock. Reverse. Okay, that's just for me, so I know. When you use the movie render queue, when it writes out the cameras, it'll actually use these names. So whatever the name of your camera is will become the name of your image file sequence. So that's why I like to give it a nice name, which makes sense. Okay, right. So I'm going to grab this camera. So this currently is what the camera looks like. It's this whatever this default camera was. So I'm going to go into my cameras. Here we go, and let's just close those up. I'm going to delete. I'm going to delete him because we don't need him. That was my old one. Okay, so there's my reverse. I'm going to drag that into my sequencer under my camera directory thing, and that was just a right mouse button. Where are we? Oh, actually, oh yeah, right mouse button, add folder. That's all that was to make these directories. It's just a nice way of organizing. I tend to have everything. I make everything under a directory which is the same name as the level sequence, and that's my master. That's my persistent level, which is your top level. If you go into levels, that's my persistent level. Then if I have sublevels, I will make a directory within this one with the sublevel name, so I can kind of know if it's in the master level or in the sublevel, and I will go over that at some point. But for now, I'm just going to do my reverse. So there's my establishing shot and there's my reverse. So I am going to now go to the top of here, and then where it says camera cuts, I'm just going to hit plus and then go to my reverse, and then you see it added a little cut there. Like that. So if you hit this button now, it will cut from that one to this one, which is great. And that's the way I've been doing a lot of my animation. It's because I kind of roughly know what I'm going to do. But in something like this where I would probably just film both, I think I drag it down. What's the one I do? I think you kind of go plus, no, camera cuts, add section, add new section. That's the one. So then drag. That's it. You can't move it there. That's the weird thing. As soon as you move it, it tries to. Oi, come back. As soon as you move it, it tries to make it on the one level. So what am I going to do? That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do. I'm thinking, should I just keep it simple for now, or shall I show you what I would do in the end? Let's keep it simple. All right. So I'm going to go to the beginning of my timeline. Okay, under camera cuts, hit right mouse button, add section, add new section. Okay, and I'm going to bind this camera into here. So right mouse button where it says no object binding, and then I'm going to pick from here my reverse shot, and then I think I can. If I delete that, it's probably going to. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, you see, as soon as you do that, it does it. So what I'm doing. I'm trying to rig it. Okay, so I'm going to undo and undo. So we've got this one camera track. This is my establishing going all the way along here, which is great. Lovely. And I'm going to come to my beginning, go to camera cuts, right mouse button, add section, add new section, where it says no object binding specified. I'm going to right mouse button and then choose my camera. Reverse. Yeah, that one there. So now we've got both cameras on this thing. So when I come to render it, I will just turn one of these off. So you go right mouse button on here. Actually, I'm going to do right mouse button on this one and then turn that off. So now if I did my movie render queue, it would render the whole thing with this. Okay, so I'd render that and then I'd come back in and I'd turn this one on and then I turn this one off, and then now I'd render that. So then you'd have got two full length range clips that I could then edit in Davinci Resolve. And because Unreal is so fast at rendering, that's great, because it's like if this was a regular movie with a V-Ray and 3 Studio Max and all that sort of stuff, you wouldn't render like thousands of frames that you're not going to see, because your render farm's going to be absolutely slammed and you'd be fired in an instant. So yeah. So this is the advantage of doing this. This is much more like real filmmaking in that you wouldn't like film, stop because we're going to cut, right, carry on filming, right, stop because we're going to cut. You would film the whole sequence in one go. So, and then, you know, I would probably have maybe three if I'm lucky, 3 angles on this sequence. So it'd be this one, it'd be the opening establishing shot, and then at the end, I mean, I might focus on Sarah, and she might say some witty line at the end or something like that. So we'll see what happens. And I'm just making sure that I'm recording. Hello. All right, I am. That's good. Because the other day I did one of these, and it was like hours of footage, and I only had one camera going. So, all right. Yeah, there you go. You see him behind the curtain there. Okay. All right. So yeah, back to this camera. So I'm going to do my reverse. I was going to show. God, he witters on, doesn't he? I'm going to show you the reverse now. So there's my camera, and at the moment, this is a spherical camera. In that, if you have a circle that's out of focus, it's going to be spherical because your lens is spherical, and there's no anamorphic squeeze on it. But we're going to make this a squeezy lens. So there's my camera going into here, and the nice thing is, I mean, you can change these values on the details panel, or you can change them in the sequencer. So I'm just going to change them in the sequencer. So I'm going to have a bit longer focal length. And I'm going to select this. You see this button here? If I select the camera icon next to the actual camera, then I'm piloting that camera. If I select this top one, then you see there's no pilot because it's playing whatever is below this timeline and active. So I'm just going to go back in here so I can move you across maybe a little bit. And then, because we're going to be looking mostly at this guy back there. And I'm going to come in a bit and then maybe go a bit wider, because I might want to see some of this sort of stuff in the background moving. So we don't want to be too long lens, and that's the advantage of Unreal, is like, you know, this is all virtual, so I can put whatever I want back here. Whereas if this was live action, then, you know, you've got to put some real things back there and move big pieces of set. And unless you're like filming on a location where you've got some really cool architecture or something like that, then you know, you wouldn't like have to, if it was a set that you were building, you know, you wouldn't have to dress it all and make it and that sort of stuff. So, all right, so there's my shot there. I'm going to be focused on this screen. So I'm just going to turn my manual focus distance on. And again, look, I've got auto exposure is turned off. So I'm going to put that on and this on, change that to manual, and then open up my exposure, change my focal length. Oops. Change my distance to this screen. Perfect. Right, lovely. In fact, and then turn that off. Okay. Move you up a bit. I want to try not to have to animate between the two. I'm going to move you back a bit. And that's gonna, maybe I can rotate you around a bit as well. Oi! Wrong one. Okay. It looks really creepy. Love it. Okay. Okay. All right. And then, oh, that was it. I was going to show you the my camera settings. So go into the camera, reverse, and then I'm going to change the film back, because at the moment you see it's full app. Well, not full app. It's actually defaults to 1920 by 1080 HD digital film. So I'm going to change that to custom, and then change this to, I like to use 23.5 to 1, which is 10, like that. So now, see that aspect ratio is my movie aspect ratio. So I'm doing my film in 235 because it looks more cinematic, and it also means there's less data to process, so you can do higher resolution images, but using less memory and stuff like that. Cheating. That's good. No, it's all going to be 4K though, of course. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you can make this 4K, 8K, 10K, whatever you want. And yeah, nice. All right, so there's my camera. Then the other thing to change is my squeeze factor. So this, I think it only goes up to 2. Otherwise, I'd make it more. But if I change this to 2, so now it's changed my squeeze factor. And then you're like, oh, look at that, it's twice as wide. But I need to contain the aspect ratio. So squeeze factor 2, and then you go down to here, your crop. So you change your crop to custom, and you change this cropped aspect ratio to 2.35. So now we're back to where we were. But if you can see there, see the bokeh is now anamorphic looking. So let's just change the aperture. I'm going to make it go crazy, and so it's really out of focus. Let's go down here, and then let's change my exposure compensation. Can you even see it? It's hard to see it. There's a little bit there, but yeah, anyway. Yeah, let's see, as I scale it, it's going more vertical like that. So there we go. And again, look, we've got transparency issue here with the hair. So while I'm here, okay, so that camera is done, and I'm going to change this exposure to about here for now, and then put my focus distance. Oh no, focus distance was right, wasn't it? Change my. Sorry, let's go for that. Maybe, and I'll flag that off so he's not got a really bright hotspot, because we want our eye to be here. Okay, and we can see this part of the screen is in focus. So there you go, great. So there's my camera, and then when I come to render this, I would turn this one back on, and then turn this one off, and then go in there. So I'd render it all out from this angle, and then I'd render it out from this angle, like that. There you are. Or on some of my action sequences and things like that that are short shots, I basically just edit them, go from this camera to this camera, all on the same track, and then turn them on and off and that sort of stuff. Which is great if you're doing lots of different camera angles. And what I tend to do is I tend to have more of a gap between those sequences, so I can vary it rather than having to cut directly at one point, because sometimes you want overlapping action and those sort of things. So, but I'll go over that when I do something a bit more actiony. These are more traditional kind of shots at the moment. So now I'm going to make this into, actually I could put a few robots back in that area over there. So I'm going to go to the one that I had before, which was the industrial robot. I'm going to go into their models, and then let's have a look in here. Let's add a few big roboty things. There we are. Push him back here. Like so. Let's grab something else. Let's grab that thing. What's that? That's cool. Let's scale that up. What else? Yeah, let's grab that thing there, whatever that is. Put you up there. I wonder if these got any animation. Some of them have animation, other things don't. So I'm going to go into here. And my robots, I've made a directory for them. Bring him in. Oh, I see. He won't because he's a skeletal mesh, and this one, oh sorry, he's a static mesh. SM probably means static mesh, and SK, you can see there's a little skeleton there, which means he's got animated arms and things like that. So going to bring him into here. Okay, and then let's have a look. Animation. Oh, there you go. So there is some animation in here. What's it doing? There we go. It's doing that. Probably a loop as well, and I imagine it's going way too fast. Yeah, so I'm going to slow that down. So the way to mass slow something down, if you go into the animation track, right mouse button, and then properties, then under properties there is a speed, where is it? Play rate. So there's default play rate, 0.3. So that will slow it down by roughly a third. There we go. You don't want it to be too distracting. You want movement back there, but you don't want it to overwhelm the what's going on. So you just want something subtle back there. It doesn't take your eye off the main the main subject of the shot. But you want something, especially when it's dialogue. There's an old expression in filmmaking when you're giving away a lot of exposition or lots of dialogue, then you want two camels doing something inappropriate in the background, because then like you've got something for the audience to kind of like look at while they're listening, because the dialogue's important, but at the same time, if you're drifting a little bit, you kind of go, oh, look at that. You know, that's why a lot of these mob films and stuff like that in the 70s, they're always in a strip joint or something like that. There's always someone dancing or doing something that's just like, okay, we got a ton of dialogue, we need to talk about this thing. And so it's like they'll do them in those sort of situations that just make it a little bit more interesting for the viewer in the 70s. I mean, people don't like that sort of thing now. It's terrible, awful idea. But now you've got robots, and there we go. So the robots will be doing something interesting. And if it was a really good film, then you'd make the robots have a little conversation and then do a little joke in the background or something like that. You know, but that's the thing. It's like, it's great because you can kind of just play, and then, you know, you come up with ideas, and it's just so nice to do it in 3D in real time, and yeah, again, it's back to the little action figures and having fun. So here's my other character. What does his animation do? Let's have a look. So we're going to go into here, animation. Let's grab his animation, stretch him out. You can see here if I zoom in that, you know, they've got these little lines, which means that it's repeating. So hopefully, if your animator has made them repeatable, then there we go. Then that's great. So let's just move him over, make him bigger as well. It's a big piece of heavy machinery making spaceships back there. And then slow it down, right mouse button on the timeline, on the actual animation track, go to play rate, and I'll change it to 0.2. It's big, so it won't be that fast. Go back there. So now you can just see something happening. And then I'm going to add a light in there as well. So I'm going to go to plus, lights, and then add, let's try a rect light. So here it is. So that's just a rectangular light. Let's scale him up a bit. Oops. Okay, let's rotate him around. Here, and see this button here, that's for world or for local. So if that's world, if I change that one there, you can't really tell, but if I changed it to the pluses, so that's the local rotation versus world rotation. So that's a world position. So that's what that does. All right, which is kind of really useful for everything, really. For positioning things. Let's get some light back here. Let's rotate you around. Okay. All right, not the most beautiful lighting, but there's something there now, so you can at least see stuff's happening. Oh, did that jump? What happened there? Oh, haha. Let's start my animation at the beginning of the shot. Okay. So, okay, it's a bit too, let's scale it down. And it's a bit too fast, that animation. Gonna slow it down even more. Properties, frame rate, 0.1. Yeah, you're a bit fast now as well. Let's TQ, properties, play rate. Oh, yeah, let's make you 0.1 as well. And then move you over a bit. And then I probably want a big spaceship back there, so I'm just going to add a cube. Like that. Push you back over here. Make it big up here. Let's have a look. Let's put you a bit closer to that. And let's move that light. There we are. And then let's grab you both, that cube and that control. Well, there's one thing you can do. If I'm using the control button to select multiple things, whichever the last one I select, it'll give you that one's axis. So that axis now will control both of those. So that is one way of moving something off screen, but you have to move two objects. But it'd be really nice if you could just not have to do that and you could just do the blender thing. All right, there we go. Thank you, developers. I know you've got lots and lots of things to do, but I want it. I need it, please. Or please, someone tell me in the comments if there is a way of doing what I want. Yeah. All right. So there's my lovely animation. Move you off a bit. Oh, what's that? That's a background rock. Sorry. Move you up a bit. Hey, I should have some other piece back there because it doesn't quite make sense that it's doing something and there's nothing there. So let's add another cube. And let's go to what's my end position. So up here. Move something up here, move you like that. And these are 1 meter by 1 meter cubes. Oops, wrong one. There we are. That's kind of pleasing. All right, I'm going to put it up there. Okay, and on this one, I'm not going to do any camera move because I'll do that in Resolve. I probably just want a little bit of float on this. So there we have it. Right, so there's that shot. I'm going to let's turn that one off. Turn this one on. So it comes down. There he is, chatting away. That's my TV screen. Let's bring you forward just a little bit. There we are. Do. Okay, and then what was that? Oh, that's my other camera. There. I like to turn these. I like to have my viewport on. If you press G, it turns off all of the icons. But I like to have the icons on for most things. But for my cameras, what I do is I just delete the actual geometry. So if you go to the camera, and then you come down to, where's the actual mesh? I'm just going to type in mesh. There it is. So if you go down to the camera mesh here, and it says SM Cine Camera. Press that button, the down arrow, and then you hit clear. It deletes the actual, just the geometry, the mesh. So you can't see the mesh, but you'll see the pivot. So I'm just going to delete those, and I've already done it on the first one, but there we go. That's just my thing. And then this thing here disappears when you don't select a camera. There we are. All right. So where we are, there's my establishing shot, and I can press G just to get, or I can actually go into cinematic viewport if I want. And then that's kind of closer to what your movie render queue will render. So the camera comes down, does his dialogue, blah, 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 blah. And I've turned off the audio, but it's in here. So under audio, if I turn that back on now, I brought in the same audio tracks that I use for the visemes and stuff.
I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon.
So
Weren't
here
they
we go.
banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those, but
Beautiful dialogue, amazing. God, the writer. I just blame the writer. There we go. All right.
Well, the red
So let's turn that off. This is just for more. Okay. All right. So I'm going to render these out now. So let's just render them out. So I'm going to save this scene. And one thing I do for my scenes before I render it out, I just want to, I think they call it siloing. I'm a single artist. No, I'm married. I mean, I'm a single artist user, as in there's just one of me at the moment. I'm not working on a team. If I was working on a proper game or a show or something like that, you normally would use something called Perforce, which is a revision control kind of system where there's like a database with a master version of the scene, and then everyone copies that scene locally, and then when you update things, it just updates those little pieces and sends them back up to everyone else, and then they do a thing where they sync with the latest revision, and it's great for like teams and stuff like that. And when you've got huge files, and you've got a 60 gigabyte game, and then 1 second. And then it's great for that. But as a single user, I don't want to set up Perforce. It's too much hassle. I think it costs money and all those sort of things, and revision control. It kind of scares me. And one of the first things that I did when I started learning Unreal that scared me was the fact that if I do something in here and I mess up, then I mess up everything forever. And it's really scary because you're like, especially when you're starting out, you're just trying things. So you delete stuff and go, oh, that's no good. Oh, let's try that. And then you kind of undo, but there's no undoing on a lot of this stuff. So, it's scared the pants off me. So, because I'm so used to using something like, 3D Studio Max, where you save a copy, or Nuke, where you save a copy and then you make a new one and you save a copy, and it's always its own individual discrete copy. But because these files are so big, they don't tend to, it's constantly overwriting itself. So what I do, and it's really bad, but is I actually just copy the entire project. And so I'm just going to come out of here. I'm just going to exit this, and then I'll go and open up my directory where I keep my projects. So in here, let's have a look. There we go. So I'm going to go to where I keep all my Unreal projects, and these are, if I go into my library, so all of these projects here are the things I'm currently working on, and then you'll see down here, which one was this one? This is XNOH. So here we go, XNOH, and what I do is I right mouse button, then I say compress to zip file, and then it will start compressing it, and it'll probably take a few minutes. It depends how big the scene is, but 4 or 5 minutes. If the scene's open, it doesn't like compressing because it's constantly saving itself, so you might have trouble. So I like to come out, and the reason why I compress it is that I then upload it onto Google Drive. So I had a problem before in the olden days when I was using Unity, in that there's so many little subdirectories. It would, if you save the whole project to Google Drive, it took forever because it's looking and indexing every single subdirectory and all this sort of stuff. And I think it would have the same problem with Unreal. So I tend to just zip them all. I mean, it's slightly smaller. And what size are these? These are quite big. Yeah, these are like 16 gigabytes. So that's kind of a big size. The reason why it's big is because I've brought in all those assets from all those different asset packs, and I've still got my old metahumans in there and things like that. So when I get a chance, I'll kind of clear that out and make it a bit more efficient. But I tend to just zip these files, and then I've always got like a backup here of the versions. I tend to save like 2 or 3, and then I'll save versions onto Google Drive, and then I'll save them onto my laptop too. And a really quick way of doing it is just to duplicate the directory. So you don't have to do the compressing unless you're going to save it to a cloud platform. But another way is just, this is something to do as well. If you're going to do something that you think, I'm changing like the engine, something in the engine that it's some weird setting that you're a bit worried about, just make a duplicate. So, you'd go right mouse button, copy, and then paste it somewhere else and give it another name. And that's good. But one thing as well is like move that off out of this directory where your projects are, because it'll see 2 of them. So yeah, there you go. So this is, I think they call it siloing, and it's just a way that you can get back to where you were, especially if you're doing something, because I'm still very new to this. I've been doing Unreal for about probably a year and a half now, something like that. And that's the scariest thing when I first started playing with it, was just that, just thinking you can break it. Because normally, like with software, it's like, you're fine, you won't break anything, you're fine, just try and experiment, play. But with Unreal, it's like, I've just messed up everything and I can't get back, and there's no undo. There's undo for certain things, but like the majority, it's not idiot proof. And this is my idiot proof way of having backups and just being able to get back to where I was. So every time you do something significant for the day, I'll zip it, or I'll just make a copy and then delete that copy, just so that, then good. So now look, I've got my zipped file version, and actually it's not too bad, it's 6 gigabytes. So, and then I'll call this, have I got a backup? No, I haven't even backed this up yet. So 01, there we go. And then I would copy that and paste it into my Google Drive directory, but I'm not going to do that right now. But there we go. So I've just got that backup, and then I'm going to come back into the NOH sequence. It's loading up on my other screen. And once that's loaded, I'll show you how to use the movie render queue, and so I can render out these 2 shots. And then I will have a play with that, probably bring that into Davinci, etc. Okay, so press this button here. So that's my shot. Okay, I'm going to turn off my audio because we don't need that on. Close that up. Close that one up. Now go into my movie render queue, open that up, and then under unsaved config, I click on that, and then I go into unsaved config. It's so simple. It's not at all obvious, is it? Okay, and then I'm going to grab in my existing setup, and then I'm going to say yes. So under your settings, you've got, I'm using an EXR sequence, and I'm using DWAA. I know I shouldn't, but I want real time, and if I set my renders to real time, the DWAA, it actually gives you real time inside of Davinci Resolve, and I would have real time playback over extra data that I'm not going to use anyway, because that's the great thing about Unreal, is that it's so much quicker to just adjust things live in engine than it is to adjust them in post. And that was the whole kind of mentality of compositing, is that it takes, normally you're working on a shot, say it's a couple of 100 frames long, and those frames take 30 minutes to an hour to render each individual frame. So you need a render farm and things, you might get it overnight, the next day, and then you can start working on it. But if you just want to adjust something simple, then they don't want to go back to the TD to re-render and take another day. So they want to give all these passes to the compositor so we can just nudge down like the shadows on this arm and lift up the eyes on this thing, or, you know, that kind of stuff. So it makes sense when your shots take that long to render to do those things in comp. But with real time, if you've got somebody who knows comp, you know, like to bring them into the Unreal side, and then you can adjust those things right here and right then. And it's because you're not spending hours rendering stuff, you're spending minutes rendering things, so, you know, seconds. So it's fantastic. Okay, anyway, so there's my EXR sequence. Deferred rendering, I don't have any. What have I got on? Oh, I've got my anti-aliasing. I'm going to turn that on for now. Color output. Here we go. This is the important thing with the OCIO thing. So this is using the OCIO because by default this is off, and you've got tone curved on, so it will actually render out these images as 8-bit display referred, which means they look good on an 8-bit monitor, but you bring them into something like Davinci or Nuke and you try and lift them up, you try and crush them down. So like the sky, that'll be the maximum white you get, that'll be the maximum value. But in reality, there's a lot more information that's just thrown away when you tone map and you round the colors off to make them look more suitable on an 8-bit monitor. Anyway, again, I'll do a proper. It won't be fun. No one's going to watch it, but I'll do a proper video about scene referred versus display referred color space, and it's a nightmare because it's like you think, oh, it should be what you see is what you get, but it isn't. It's like, oh, scary. Okay, console variables. What have I got on? Have I got a few on? Oh, the min screen radius for lights, that turns off some. As lights get small, they disappear and they turn off. So I've changed that so it's smaller. Game overrides, I just put that one on. Okay, accept. Okay, so this now, the way I've set it up as well is that if I go back into here, I go to my output. I'm going to zoom in here. And this isn't really a tutorial about my movie render queue, but while I'm here. So I've set it up so I render everything into these, but you see these little bits here with brackets? Level name and then camera name. So these are set up down the bottom here. You've got access to these variables. Oh, it doesn't open the window. But down here, you've got level name, sequence name, job name, frame rate. So these little metadata things, if you put them in a bracket here, you can actually use them as part of your file name. So I render my level name, which will be PNOH in this directory. And then the camera name, like I said before, it'll be like establishing. And then that will go into that directory. So it'll make a directory called level name / camera name. And then the file name will be the name of the camera and then my frame numbers. And then my output resolution is larger than my 1080. Now it's because, let's come back into here, and I haven't added it yet, but I have got a blueprint which a friend of mine at work made me, and I'm really thankful for it. But this basically is, I'm just going to go into it. And when she made it, I didn't know what was going on, but it was brilliant. And it basically, it will change your camera sensor to a little bit bigger by 20%, and then render those frames and then change it only when it's rendering. So this is it basically changed the film back from this crop to my oversized crop when it's rendering, and then only when it's rendering. So this is a way to kind of keep my display. I didn't want to work with a slightly wider camera and have to kind of think back all the time to visualizing it with a crop on it. But and that was great, and that was Kate, and thank you, Kate. Brilliant. Okay, so that I have to drag it into my scene. So now that will render every time I go into the movie render queue. It'll add that extra framing around the outside. Okay, so go back into my sequencer, go back into my frames and I'm going to change the name of this as well. So go back into, click on the movie render queue settings, go into my movie render queue at the top there, and I'm just going to save this, cancel, save as a preset. I'm going to call it the name of this sequence because I like to have movie render queue animatic 16. I'm going to call this one NOH 16, and that way I know it's a specific one for this sequence. Okay, so accept, and I'm just going to hit render local. And then this is going to open up on the other screen. That's no good. Let's move it. It's saying compiling shaders at the moment. I'm trying to move it across. Oh, actually, I think I'm recording this screen as well. No, I'm not. All right. It's compiling shaders. That's exciting. And I will, it's got 321 to go. It's got 200 to go. So once it's done that, I'll move it across. It's not letting me move it at the moment. Like, yeah. So I need to start juggling or something like that. Here we go. All right. There we are. So it was compiling shaders. And now it's doing its warm-up. So I have some warm-up frames at the beginning. And there we go. Now, see how bright this is and flashed out? And that's because it's rendering in linear. So it's got all that extra data. So, and this monitor can't display all of that data. So it looks burnt out. But the actual EXR frames are 16-bit, whatever it is. And they've got all that frame data in there. So when you bring it into Davinci, it'll tone map it back. My Davinci project's set up to work in an OCIO color space. So on the display will look correct, but the data, we all have extra data. So it's just a way to get a lot more data, and you can balance things better, and especially with our bright areas and highlights and things like that. So there we go. So that's rendering. I mean, just look at the speed that it renders at. It's just so fun. That's why I was like, oh, I may as well just, before, if it's an action sequence, I'll cut back and forth because I'm not going to use the same action cameras for an entire sequence. But in a normal sort of dialogue sequence, then I started to just record everything in one go because, eventually I will render this without her in it, without him in it, and maybe without the foreground stuff. And then I would render probably just a version of the foreground so that when I come to do my blue screen, I can put them in between. And I will composite these in Engine. So what I would do is I would shoot her separately as a blue screen element. I would shoot him separately, probably as a blue screen element. There's no point putting her up on a big high platform. It's a bit dangerous. I'll just lower the camera so it's the same angle, and then put them on cards, and then put them before I put them on cards, I would take their footage into Davinci or Nuke and get a really nice extraction, unpremult that. So then with an alpha as a DWAA sequence of EXRs, bring that in as a media image sequence, add that to a media, basically make a media player out of that footage, and put it onto a card and put it in this 3D space. Because once it's in here in a 3D space, you'll get all of that atmospherics blending over the character in the video, and same with him. And that sort of stuff is really hard to do in as a composite, because you are having to like match all of those subtleties of atmospheric decay and fog and things like that. So yeah, it's worth it for that reason. Okay, so there's that camera and that's rendered. So now I'm going to go and turn that camera off. Turn this reverse on. Go back into my movie render queue and hit render again. Now it's opening on the other scene over. Oh, it'll let me actually move it this time. Oh, he's got that guy in it. He's just standing there. All right, well, for now, he'll just stand there. And then what I will do on the next video, because I'm going to go out now, is I will put him in another little location and then put him on this screen, and then we'll have have it looking correct. And then I might show you me bringing these into Davinci and just how I treat them in there. But yeah, for now, I hope this was something useful and entertaining. And if it was, please give it a like, write some comments, as long as they're all nice. And then subscribe, because I'm going to keep making these, I hope. No, I will. If you subscribe, I looked away then, like I was lying. If if you do subscribe, yeah, honestly, that would make a big difference, because I'm just starting out and I don't know if people want to watch these things, and if they do, I'll keep making them because I'm making it anyway. So, you know, I may as well show you what I'm working on while I do it. And I literally got so much from YouTube over the last 2 years as I got back into 3D, and you guys are so giving. But it was brilliant. It was like amazing what you can learn now from YouTube and from, you know, just giving it a go. You know, it's when I first started learning this 3D world way back in the 90s, 80s. You had massive manuals. There was no internet. There was no way of getting information besides like hunting people down, going to physical places, reading manuals, and things took so long to learn. And now just with you know, forums and especially YouTube, it's it's an amazing way to learn things. And so I wanted to give back. Yeah, right. Okay, all right. Anyway, I'm gonna say cheerio, and I know you're gonna have to just wait until this finishes, and then it'll crash, and then everything will go, you lied, like that. So all right, thanks. Okay, I'm gonna stretch this for how many more? 25 seconds. I could do what was that Mr. Beast challenge? One of the first ones he did, where he just counted to 1,000,000 or something. So I'll count to 16. No. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. I could speed this bit up. No, I've committed now. We've got 4 seconds left. It should disappear and say something about subframes and things like that. There we go. Temporal subsamples, blah, blah. There we are. So, very good. Okay. All right. Well, see you on the next one. Thank you so much. Okay, bye. Hi. So we're at part 3 of this exciting concluding episode of Dean Makes the Animatic for the NOH sequence. That's cool, exciting. I'm going to play you where I ended up, like a snippet. I'm going to rewind and kind of show you my work through that I did, and you can kind of look over my shoulder, see what I did. I'll probably speed that bit up, and then I'll slow down for any of the tips and tricks that I have, and things like using the attach and sequencer and scene capture 2D again. And then once I've kind of put all those together, ran out the rest of the sequence, I'll then bring it into Davinci Resolve and show you my kind of color treatments and adjustment clips and things like that, and then play the whole thing at the end. And then hopefully that sequence is done, and then I'll move on to the next one. Ooh, that's exciting. All right, so stick around, enjoy, and thank you very much.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above Camels. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to ice air. It's not as powerful as conventional artillery, but several hits will take down the shield. Then you'll be free to destroy the energy platform from the air.
What about the slave mines below? There are hundreds of nomads.
We've heard from our spy in Camlin that there's to be a gathering here at Anti. They've rigged the tranquilizer bolts for temporary effect, long enough to get us processed in their minds. Then I'll lead the charge from there.
Are all our choices suicide?
If Camlin's energy platform makes it into orbit, then we're all dead anyway. So if we're gonna go, best to go swinging.
Roger that.
So I'm just going to use the attach. So add, where is attach? Where's attach? Attach, there it is. So attach to Sarah, and then it'll ask which bone, and I want to attach to right or hand. Hand. Oh, let's just do hand R. Hand R, and then I reset its position. And now, if I look at Sarah, so now that attachment is going to be valid all the way through the sequencer. And if I leave the sequencer, it'll just disappear. But there it is, and it's over there. So let's rotate it around. like so. Let's scale it up so we can see it. Okay, because it's a space one. Press G. I'm going to move it a little bit more. Actually, let me just, I'm just going to zoom in onto her. Turn that off, press F to frame it. There we are. I think the animations is, I think it might be a brick layer or something like that, so it doesn't quite work, but you know, whatever. It's alright, don't worry about it. It'll be replaced with a human. And then, yeah, okay, great. Look back in here. Like so, just press escape. What is she doing? I should put something there. I need to put something. I need to put a panel or something there because it looks a bit weird. Let's find something. I know. I've got those meshes. What's this mesh? There's like a box of things. These, I like these battery things. Let's go and bring one of those. Put it up here. And then put it in there somewhere. Let's have a look. And make it into something else. People won't know what it is. It's a piece of special kit. What is she doing up there? It's the influx capacitor. Alright. Okay, that'll do. Just something. And come back in here. There we go. Alright, I'll be quiet again now. Now, I'm going to open a second window. So, viewport. I'm going to open a second viewport so I can see what this is going to affect with that camera. So it was the reverse. So there's my reverse, and now I can put that over there like that. What's he shining off? So he's got a shiny thing there, and then I also want to have, I'm going to open another window, viewport, and then let's have a look for another one, and then change this one to my other camera position. Okay, so that's going to be right there in the middle of this. It's going to be hard to flag that off. Maybe I can somehow. No, you're going to be right in there, aren't you? Okay. Let's put something there. And then, going to duplicate this. And work out what that's reflecting. I think it's like a highlight on something. Ah, there we go. That's that. Ah, it's all from you, isn't it? Can I bring it lower? No, that's there. So here's a thing where I should have different level sequences. I want to flag those things off. So let me set that up. So there's these two flags. Flag. Yeah. Oh, F2. Flag. flag 01, F2, 02. Let's have a look. So what I will do is make these hidden in game. So you look for hidden in game, actor hidden in game, and then this one here, actor hidden in game. So now you can see they're not actually affecting it. If I press play, that is game mode, and this is what your engine actually will render. So that's one thing to kind of do every now and again. It's just press play and then you'll see what you'll actually get, because sometimes things break when it's rendering and you're like, why is it breaking? I was having that problem with metahumans, and their faces would kind of, they wouldn't shadow and they would kind of disappear, and there was an error that would come up in play mode that said like skin cache has been exceeded in memory or something like that. But I wasn't using play mode. I was just like working like this, and then I'd hit render, and then I'd be like, "It's broken. I don't know." But so if I'd known just to press play, then you can sort of see every now and again what oddities can come up when you're actually rendering. So it says it as well when you actually render. It says something like render in PIE mode or Pi mode or whatever it is, play in editor mode. So that's what it's actually rendering. Anyway, so I've hidden these two objects. Well, I have in game, but I'm going to hide them in here. So I'm going to make a little visibility track. Actually, let's leave them on. It just makes it a bit easy to understand. So here we go. We can sort of see that they're not working. I mean, they're working. This is great. And I'm going to bring them. I'm going to make a directory in here. Add folder. I'm just going to call it flags. I'm going to put that in my persistent level so I know where they are. And then the thing with that, if you can press shift and then it closes everything. So that's why I like to put it in a subdirectory in there, because like you open stuff up and then you have to kind of close them all, and then and it's like, oh, it's kind of irritating. But if you just press shift on, so that one there, if you press that and then open it again, they'll still be there. But if I press shift and then open it again, they all collapse. So it's kind of handy for that. Where did I put them? Flags, there we are. So I'm just going to put those two flags in here. So flag 1 and flag 2. And I could make these like a level sequence and that sort of stuff, but I'm not. I'm just going to have hidden in game on. And I'll need to remember this because I'm rendering two separate versions, but oh well. You know, you pick your battles. So sometimes it's easier to do it in one way. I mean, by the time you finish the project, you always go, oh, that I should have done it that way. But anyway, actor hidden in game. So currently they are visible. If I press this one, then they won't be visible. So and you can turn this and animate it on and off. But in this case, I just want to have everything on and off. So visibility, I can do control and then paste it on there, V. So now they are both on. So when I come to render it from the over the shoulder view, then we're going to have those blocking that main light. And then, I mean, I could just turn the light off, I guess, see what happens. No, it's probably going to make the whole scene small. Anyway, doing it this way for now. Okay, and then when I come to render the other angle, I wanted to hide these. So I just go into here and I'll turn those off like that, and then I'll run it like that. Okay, put them on for now. Come back to here because I'm going to now work on the scene capture 2D. So I brought in some elements from some other projects. There was a free, it's called Safe House, and it was one of the free content things that Unreal give away every month, and so that was great. Grab some things from that. I grabbed some this is the monitor that I'm using, some other shots, anyway, blah blah blah. But that's the good thing with Unreal is they give away assets every month. So every month you basically is it first Tuesday of the month, you race to the asset store, the marketplace, and you go, ooh, what's free this week, and then grab them all because they're only free for the month, but you can keep them for as long as you want. And brilliant, free assets, fantastic, hooray! Okay, so I'm just going to look at this because I think I've got a texture on these anyway. So Just going to check my screen record. Okay, you're over there. You're good. You're good, good, good. Okay, they're all going. Let me look at this model and look at its materials. It's prop. Because I think on this one, unlike last time when I basically took a card and put it where the monitor is, this asset I actually have a material that it's got a UV tile specifically for another image, and I can use that scene capture 2D image on this. So because we're going to move him and put him in his own location, but for now let's grab this guy and then go to my props. Hang on, go under models and then props and then this control panel, and then we look at my material. There's my material instance. What's that one? Okay, I'm not going to use that one. Let's look. That's my monitor. Oh, is that the one I'm using for that? Let's have a look at the... What have we got? Okay, there's my control panel and there's my monitor. Okay, so I think that is just on this one screen. So let's have a look on what have we got this plugged into. So if I change that to the green texture, that should just turn green now. Apply. It's taking its time for a single texture. It's gone quiet. Is it going to crash? Nope, it did it. That was complicated. Great. So let me just grab a texture, see what it looks like. So this thing here, just put you in here, emissive. There we are. Hit apply. Should be like a great. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, so I am going to add a scene capture 2D again. He loves those, doesn't he? All right, have I got one in here already? I don't know if I did. Yeah, I need to organize this, make this nicer and put all these things in different places, but you know, for speed. Oh, there it is. Scene capture 2D. I'm going to reset that. Actually, what I'm going to do is let's find a location for this guy first. So let's come out of the sequencer. That I'm just going to get off. Just going to find somewhere over to the side, and we'll put him in his own little room, and then I'm going to put that scene capture facing him. So let's put him over here, like that. And let's put him, just going to put him somewhere that I don't want to see him. And then I will give him a simple background. Where is he? He's actually in a tent place at the moment. So I don't think I've got a tent model. Anyway, we'll make him out of focus and whatever. Let's go for a different background. Let's just see what I've got. I haven't got much in this project. Caves, Brutalist Office. What have I got in here? You know what I do? I'll just grab a cube. Okay. Oops. A wall. Cube and a wall and a light. And what sort of light? Rect light. There it is. And maybe I'll put something on that. I'll just use that same material that we just had. Materials. What have we got here? Props. What's that one do? There you are. Great. That looks great. Perfect. That could be anywhere. Okay, now let's go and grab that scene capture 2D. Or, you know, I'll delete it and I'll just make a new one. So you go into your, whatever it is, add stuff. Well, it's here, place actors, isn't it? And then type scene capture 2D. And then I'm going to put him here. This is going to be where he lives. There we are. And it's going to be the monitor on the screen. He's probably looking at a screen. Probably in the future they'll have cameras built into the monitor, so I can always be looking at you rather than doing that. Okay, all right. So there's my scene capture 2D camera, and it needs now a scene capture 2D texture or material. So let me go into, where shall I put it? I'm going to put it in, yeah, let's put it in models, props, control panel. Okay, right, and then probably got one in there. Is it material and texture? I can't remember. Material. No, it'll be texture. Okay, texture, render target. So that's what you need, rather than render texture. RT. Who's this guy? Malak. Malak. Cam. Okay, and then double click on that. Oh, okay, so that needs to be fed from that. So you select that camera, capture 2D up there, and then down here is the render target, and it'll put this image onto this render target, which is this. Okay, so now it is seeing what's being fed from here. So if I double click on this now, you'll see that's what it's doing, and it's doing very low res because it's this size. And I can't remember what my aspect ratio was. But let's start with 1920 by, I'm guessing 400 high for that window. Oh no, that doesn't look right, does it? Let's try 700. 800. Okay, I'm guessing at this. Because that render target now, I can go back into the material for that's on this screen. And what was it? It was this one monitor. So I use that button there to navigate to the material, and then I can drag that one into here. And oh, where did I put it? I can't remember. So I'm just going to go down here, and I called it RT something or other. Malakcam. There it is. Okay, great. All right, and hit apply. Now it should be appearing. Here it is on this screen. Fantastic. All right, and now I'm going to do that thing where I do Control 3, and that will save this camera position. And then, where is he? Okay, and I'm going to do Control 1 to save that camera. So if I press 3, jump from that one, press 1, come back here, and I can just select my camera and then press 3, and then it would be, wouldn't it? Let's move that camera down a little bit. Okay, and it looks still a bit, pressing G, looks a bit stretched. Let's move that camera, hang on a minute. I'm going to move the camera up and then rotate it down a little, wrong way. Okay, and then change my, oh, I can grab, oh, I can't grab that. Where is it? Where's that wall? All right. One. Grab that wall. 3. Oh, I'm going to save a better. All right, there we go. Control 3. And it was this cube, so I'm going to call it, where's it? Rename? Oh, right. 2. Static mesh, Malak, wall. And I can just scale that up like that. And scale it up like that. Scale it up a bit more and duplicate this. Alt, drag, rotate it around. Wrong way. Wrong way. Okay. Right, let's go 90. Okay, there's my floor. So now you won't see, because before it was seeing through to that, the back of the world. Anyway, let's get back into here. Press 3 so I can, oops, 3. All right, well, there you are. Beautiful. Now I'm going to change the aspect ratio on that render texture. So it was in, I put it in here, textures. No, I didn't. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it up here. I need to move it into there. So let's put you in here, move here. Okay, double click on you, and then it's still too wide, isn't it? 1000. Oh, I wonder if I made it. Did make it square, did I? I think I might have made it square. Looks about right. And then, oh, wrong one. Camera, where are you, camera? Oh, I had G pressed. Gee, what a gosh. You seem much lower than the result. I wonder why that is. I don't know. Yeeks. Okay, I'm going to change my field of view. So that is here. It's actually on the Scene Capture 2D. A bit rotated. There we are. Press G to hide that stuff. Oi. Wrong one. Let's give it a name. Okay, and then I'm going to change this thing, capture source, scene capture HD, to final color HDR and linear. And then that gives you the nice lighting. And then I'm also going to turn on ray traced. Where are you? Use ray trace. There you are. So that gives you nicer lighting now. And then I have to go and look for exposure. And then same as before, it's like the manual metering mode, exposure compensation. You open that up. And then I can change my depth of field somewhere. Where are you? Let's have a look. Field view, where's depth of field? Let's try that. Oh, there it is. Depth. Is it mobile depth? What was it? Camera. Oh yeah, there we are. So let's open that up. And then change my sensor width. I think I'll make it smaller to make it more out of focus. Or make it bigger. Oh no, bigger, because you need a bigger one, don't you? What is that? What's going to move my light around? Okay, so now if I go into animate this, you should see him talking and moving and animating and all those things, which is great. Okay, Just want to get my depth of field a bit better. Why is that not working? Let's have a look. I have to go and watch my last video where I explained it all. This one I'm just kind of guessing. Field of view, advanced. Maybe it's this one. Squeeze factor, change that to 2. Gives you that nice anamorphic focal distance. Oh, there you go. I just had to do that. Focal distance. No. Oh, I see. There we are. Okay. Ah! Right. And so I can get nice anamorphic, because space cameras are, as we know, anamorphic. 2. Sense width. 1. There you are. Okay, great. That's that. What's that back there? Oh, there's a block back there, wasn't there? Let's get rid of that one. Okay, and then come back into my sequencer. Camera on. Oops. And I like to rotate him around a little bit so it looks like he's looking at him. So, got that off. Just going to rotate him around a little bit. Okay. Okay. Smashing. I could do a little bit of animation in there on the camera. For now, I'm going to leave it because I'll do that. No, I'll do it here. I'll do it here. On the day, I would probably do it locked off when we could shoot the live action. But for now, I'm going to select my camera, reverse, and then select camera. Now it's active, so I can move it around a bit. And I've got my keyframe on, just to give it a little bit of life. Oh, I haven't saved a keyframe yet. So if you've got the keyframe button on, you have to save a keyframe first. Otherwise, I'm just going to close the curtains. Otherwise, it doesn't know you've got the keyframes. It does if there's no keyframes, basically you can't keyframe it. I mean, save a key. Okay, all right. So press button, move camera. So let's press 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to extend this a little bit because when I brought it in earlier, I just felt that it needed a little bit of lingering at the end of the shot. So I'm going to turn that camera off, turn this one on, go back into the main camera view. So we come down, and then at the end, need to extend this. Can I extend it without it overwriting the other one? No. Maybe we've got to have him active, locked. No. Let's try just adding it. Okay, it's the same camera. I just added it, so it'll keep going. Okay, and then this character, when his animation finishes, he's just reverting back. So what I'm going to do is change it so it'll just keep the animation in its current position. So you select the animation track, right mouse button, properties, and then when finished, it'll revert to the moment to the project default, but we want to change that to keep state. So now when his animation finishes, just here, he will keep his state, will just hang like that. There we go. And then I could animate him a bit longer, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep him doing nothing. And then what else was I going to do? Why is it doing that? This one. Okay. That's weird. All right, and you're off, aren't you? Oh no, it's because you're still on, aren't you? All right, turn you off. I'll turn that lock off. That didn't do anything. Whee! And I don't need any longer on that guy, but if I did, I wonder if I turn that one off. I mean, I'm kind of having to rig it badly by doing this on-off thing. I'm hoping that there's the new movie render queue where it uses like a node-based graph, and I'm hoping in there it'll let you specify the camera for different passes. So, you know, fingers crossed on that. I've not really played with that yet. Up until now, I've mostly been doing like more actiony sequences, or just like changing the camera from wide to close up, back to wide to close up, like in here. But I'm just trying this more editor kind of friendly version. And so is this off? And you're off. You're on. What happens now if I camera cuts? Oh no, it's that trying to add it on the top one. Move it over there. See what happens. No. Yeah, as soon as you try and move it, it wants to. Well, I'm hoping it will just keep going. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, but it was that camera was the one I really cared about. Okay, so I'm going to render these now. Turn that one on. I deactivated it. And then while I'm in here, I'm going to turn off these flags. So I go to my flag pass, turn that off, and then off. There we are. So that'll be my first shot. That's kind of boring there, isn't it? Let's rotate it or something. So you can see those lids and stuff. Is that confusing though? Is it better to see? I think that's a bit more interesting, isn't it? Back there, let's push it back. Whee! Oh, we still got those things. Let's delete those. Don't need those anymore. Let's get to that wide. We don't see it anyway. Where are we? You're out there. It's a bit far back. Where are we? Are we on the table yet? Yeah, it doesn't look so good there either, does it? Scale it down. Ooh, yeah, bit too small. I don't think I'm really winning with that thing. So, all right. Should I animate this too? Come in. Actually, I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll leave that locked and then push in on the edit, rather than locking myself into movement right now. Okay. All right. So save that. And now I'm going to go and just re-render this. Maybe render queue. Open up here. Find the one I saved earlier. Hit yes. Hit accept. Hit render. You can open it over on the other screen. Compiling shaders. Okay, so that's that one done. Now I'm going to turn you off, turn on. Remember to put my flags on. Visibility, because I just wanted to flag off this bright area on his back. So we're looking at this guy. Now render. And render the same settings. But if you look here, it'll change camera name to the camera name, which is reverse, I think it's called. Okay, so I haven't done anything there, I just showed you. So render local, hit that again. Now it's going onto the other screen. There we go. It's just doing the warm up. And I should have given that a little bit more pre-roll, because at frame 0 is when it, well, not frame 0, but frame 1001 it was when it turned on. And one thing I do have, I have a little bit of what's the word? You can set the movie render queue to give you a few frames before or after, so you get a bit of head and tail on your shots. In this case, it wasn't really that necessary, but I left it on. But on some of my action sequences and stuff, I'll do that. I'll just give it a little bit of extra for the edit. Okay, so that finished rendering, and now I'm in Davinci Resolve, and I'm going to bring in those images, those sequences, and have a little edit and a little play. And yeah, here we go. So along here, I have my master sequences, and this is my media pool. So I just make a new directory, and I called it after the name of the persistent level. So this was PNOH. And then inside of there, I'm going to create a new bin and another new bin. And then inside there, I'll rename these to the name of the camera, but I can just copy the name of the camera by going into here and then right mouse button, import media. And here they go. So I'm in NOH sequence. This is where it rendered those files. So I'm going into this one. That was the name of the camera. So if I just click on it once and then copy, I can paste that name into the name of this where it says bin 210. I can paste that there. So we're going to go into this directory. And then these are all discrete individual EXR frames, and they're all rendered with the DWAA format. So they're really small. Look, they're like 1 meg each. If these were full res EXRs, they're like 30 megs each, you know. So I don't have all of the AOVs I would with a proper full EXR, multi-channel EXR, but I don't care because I'm going to change it inside of Unreal rather than changing it in post. Okay, so you select the first frame, you go to the last frame, select that with Shift, and then hit Open, and then it brings it in as a sequence like that. So that's great. So that's the first one, and then I'm going to click on this, right mouse button, paste. Oops. And then actually I can just do Control V, and it's pasted the name of that camera. So go to the next one. Right mouse button, import media, go to the second shot, click it once, Control C, go in there, select the first frame, select the last frame. And the nice thing is, if you're rendering like the same camera, but you're doing frame 1 to 100 and then frame 300 to 400 and then frame 700 to 900, Davinci is smart enough to know that there's clips, there's gaps in between, so it'll just create a clip for each one, which is really nice, rather than having loads of black space that you'd have to edit out. So you go to the beginning, go to the end and hit open. It brings those in. And then I'm going to go up a directory and just rename that. Just rename that one. Like that. So there's my 2 shots, and then let's double click it and then just drag it into my timeline. And here it is. And then like that. And then I'm going to sync this up just visually with the when this guy's talking. I'm going to turn my audio down a little bit. Oh, so he's actually, I might have hit it by luck.
For being too volatile. A solar cannon. One. A solar cannon. A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
It's not bad, is it? I mean, it's not. I mean, if I was doing this as an animated film with kind of live actiony looking photo real looking characters or non-stylized, I would use like the probably use the metahumans and their face capture. Was it live link, live face? I can't remember what it's called, but that's really quite stunning. So, but in this case, I just want something to indicate roughly where the dialogue is and things like that, because the dialogue's going to change constantly until I'm ready to shoot. It's going to change, and then on the day it'll change too. So I'm going to just turn the volume down here so you don't hear it, so it's not too distracting. And I'm getting a little bit of ugly looking depth of field there, but I'm only using 3 samples. So yeah, I would just render this at higher resolution. I mean, more samples. Okay, so there's that first shot, and then let's grab the second shot. Just going to, that's my establishing. Grab my reverse. Pull it in, just matching. They're both started at the same frame. And then you can see that I've got 4 frame handles, so it's the first frame is broken. So, and then let's hope that this should line up.
Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they?
Yeah, seem to be matching. And oh yeah, I just cut the beginning, didn't I?
Nothing solid will get
Let's have it look.
field above Camlet. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and
a solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those.
Yeah, and I would probably push in at this as well. So just gonna cut there, go into here, and I'm just going to just push in a bit.
field above Camlet. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar.
No, I think it should be
a solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to Isaiah. It's not as powerful as conventional artillery, but several hits will take down the shield. Then you'll be free to destroy the energy platform from the air.
What about the slave mines below? There are hundreds of nomads.
We've heard from our...
What about the slave mines below? There are hundreds of nomads.
We've heard from our spy in Camlin that there's to be a gathering here at Anti. They've rigged the tranquilizer bolts for temporary effect. long enough to get us processed in their minds. Then I'll lead the charge from there.
Are all our choices suicide?
If Camlin's energy platform makes it into orbit, then we're all dead anyway. So if we're gonna go, best to go swinging.
Roger that.
Oh, yeah, I needed to change that a little bit there. They came on at the end. I need to extend my the flags.
Roger that.
For now, I'll just cut out here. There you go. Problem solved. Okay, so right here, you can see the treatment. I've got an adjustment clip on top of these. So I'm going to bring you back. That's the end of that shot. This shot starts here. I'm just going to move these down. And hold shift so it doesn't slip them. And then I'm going to add another adjustment clip on the top. So actually, before I do that, I'm going to add some of my treatments that I do on each shot. So if I go into the color page, and I'm going to show my gallery. Let's find that one there. So what I've got color correct, but that's not doing anything. I've got a little Gaussian blur. What's that one doing? Is it Control P? I think Control P turns things off. So I figured it out. It was Control D, and that's what turns off your color nodes inside the color page. Okay, so I'm just seeing here what I'm doing. What am I doing? That's the important one. It's lens distortion, which is really nice. So you can see here, as I distort back, I've got, because I'm overscan, I've got enough room to basically to do a lens distortion rather it's like a pin cushion or a convex lens. So let's have that. What was it? And it's kind of a little bit wider than the other one, but it's not. I mean, it's all fake anyway, so I don't worry about it too much. But I like to have a little bit of lens distortion on, and then what else? I've got lens reflections on, which like light puts the light here and it inverts it and adds a bit here. I've got a vignette which darkens down the edge of frame, just gives it more lens characteristics. I have a little tilt shift which blurs the edge of the frame. If I'll zoom in here, so that just blurs the bottom of the frame because anamorphic is pretty characteristic, as they'd say. Halation, that adds a bit of like on bright hot areas, adds this little fringiness there. Come in a bit more. See that little red kind of halation-y bloom, and then a vignette. Oh, I've got the vignette. That's at the end. Okay, all right. So that's what I like to add on all of my clips, and then I can go in and adjust those. What's fit? Oh, I said. Okay. So I'll add that to this clip, and I'll add it to that clip. Oh, I have to drag it onto that one, and then drag it onto others. There's a better way of doing this, but for now, there we are. You should. Yeah, it's because I've cut those, and the other one I didn't cut. But okay, so now they've all got the same kind of treatment on. Oops, and I come back to my timeline. So that's with treatment. If I use this button up here, that turns off the effect. So that's without the treatment. So it just gives it a little bit more loveliness. And maybe I'll come back as well. And I just did Control B there to cut the clip. And I'm going to reset to the scale on it. So we're back to the wide. Okay, and then on top of this, I'm going to add an adjustment clip, which I like to have, and it gives, if I just D, Oh, I've got double on there. Have I? What have I got on that one? All right. Anyway, so if you go into generators, I think it's generators. Is it effects? Adjustment clip. So you go into your toolbox, which is under effects, this effects menu, and then you go to adjustment clip. You drag one of those on the timeline. This is like a color corrector that applies to anything underneath it. So this, I can give everything a blanket kind of look for this sequence. So it's independent of the actual grade of each clip. So we go back into the color page and it will find this one because it's on top. And there it is. So let's grab that adjustment clip. And then I might give it a look that I've already grabbed from another shot. What's this one? What is this one here? Okay. So on here, I add my things like chromatic aberration, which is this guy here. I offset, my grain looks a bit high as well, so I'll reduce that. But so there's my color correct. I've got no color correct on there, but I could give it actually, I'm going to give it a little bluer kind of feel because it's a bit cold. It's windy and icy here up here. So there we go, and that's going to apply it to everything in this clip, everything under here.
Solar cannon. A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile?
And then if this is the, I'm just going to zoom in. What's the zoom? Is it shift? What's zoom? Control, shift. I don't know. I'm just going to use this one. 100%. What is my zoom? Is it not the mouse wheel? Control. Not that one. Oh, it was none. It was like no hotkey. It's just the middle mouse scroll wheel. So let's take my transform off. If I select these and then Control D. Oh, that's everything. It's doing it all. Oh, I can't show you, but I basically separated the red, green, and blue into separate channels and did a tiny transform. Just to give the whole lens a tiny bit of chromatic. Because normally chroma just works towards the edge of the frame. But I like to do something in the middle too, like I've got cheap lenses. It just takes the edge off. And then after that, I've got my regular chroma, which does the edge of the frame. And then I have my aggressive film grain, and it's pretty strong on this one, but I'll just turn it down on this sequence a little bit, like that. So then we can go back into, onto our timeline. And now this is all a little bit bright. He's about right, but he's too bright. So I'm going to bring that down. Go into the color page, and then Z to frame it all. And that's the thing I was saying about with the linear EXR ACES CG color space that these are rendered in. I've actually got range up here to add a color correct. So I'm going to do it on the individual clip, and then I'm going to copy that to the other ones. So if I pull down my gain, I've got to select the color corrector. That one. Pull down my gain, and then you can see that there's actually information right in there, and that like there's blues in there and all sorts of cool things. But if I'd rendered this in 8-bit, as I pulled this down, this would just all go grey at the same time. And like I said, when I've got the time and the knowledge, I will do a little video on the color pipeline of the show. And there we go. All right, so I'm going to also increase the. Let's I'm bringing down my my gamma, and bring up. That's actually going to do the opposite. It's going to burn that out, but. And then roll down the top end. And I could do it with a curve as well, so. There you go, feels a bit better, but you know, play with it at another time. Oh, hang on, go back. Oh, I've made it worse. All right, I love that. Oh, that's better. And it's like, oh, you've turned it off. So maybe, maybe instinct's right. I'm just going to reset that. Okay, go back into here. And oh, it's too dark now, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't feel right. So the offset is it'll offset the whole curve, and then gain just gains the high end, and then gamma just changes the curve in the middle. So it's kind of like highlights, midtones, and shadows. So if you want to give it sort of orangey sort of shadows, and you pull around here. Actually, let's give him blue, a little bit bluer shadows, and then we can go for the mid-tones, maybe make that a little bit more orangey. The high is a bit more bluey. Yeah, let's go for that. All right, so say I like that version. If I go right mouse button on here, then I can grab a still. And then that's over here. I haven't given it a name. But then I can drag that onto my other clip. So let's grab this one and then drag it on, and it'll apply the same color correct onto that clip and that clip. And where's my next? I think that's it, isn't it? Just those three wides, because I had the original, then I pushed in, and then I went back. So there's the three shots. Okay, then we'll come back into our media page. So it's nice as well, because the contrast between the last scene, which is very orangey, and then this one, which is in the desert, not desert, in the frozen wastelands.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile?
Well, it looks too green now, so let's go and apply something on those shots. And I'll start with the same grade onto these. See what, oh, it doesn't look right. Oh, it's because I'm in the adjustment clip. Okay, so select my actual clip. Go on top, and let's keep the colors, but we'll boost up the values, because it was getting a bit too dark. Just cut between the two. Or you can use timeline. And then you can do like, have it side by side and all sorts of stuff, but I'm going to go from that one to that one. And I'm just going to come back into the edit. Have a look.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile?
Feels good enough for now anyway. Okay, now let me put that onto my other clips. I think you can do it with multi. Let me try it with multi. I'm just going to select those clips. That's 3 at once. Let's see what happens if I apply it onto that. Does it do it to all of them? No, it doesn't. There is a way of doing it, but I'm not that familiar with it at the moment. And this is just easier and quicker. Hang on, did I make it? What did we have? So you, then you, then you, then you. Okay, I probably need a little bit brighter. I think this feels a little bit dark. So that's nice at the beginning. But then by the end, it looks a little dark. So going to grab that color correct there. Going to go into my curves, and I can just pull up the gain. So that's your gain. And then this one was like your lift, except it does both of those at the same time. And then gamma would be adding a point here like that in the middle. It's quite maybe yeah, let's let that burn out a bit. Okay, so I'm just going to record. I'm going to grab this still again. So this is the second one. So I'm going to use that version rather than that version. And let's see how it looks on this guy. So this will just overwrite the current color correct that's on there. And again, it's probably some really good colorist who's like, oh, why are you doing it like this? You can just press this button. And hopefully, if they're watching, thank you for watching. But also, just let me know in the comments what the trick is to select them all. But for now, that'll do. Didn't take that long, did it? All right. Okay. Let's come back in here. Press P to full screen.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above camera.
Oh, I need to make his audio sound like it's coming out of TV.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to Isaiah. It's not as powerful as conventional artillery, but several hits will take down the shield. Then you'll be free to destroy the energy platform from the air.
What about the slave mines below? There are hundreds of nomads.
We've heard from our spy in Camlin that there's to be a gathering here at Anti. They've rigged the tranquilizer bullshit.
Okay, all right.
Long enough to get us
So now I'm just going to change the audio, and then I will add some sound effects and all those sort of things, and then show you on the next one. But for now, I think I will take his audio and just do a quick process on it. It's very straightforward. If I go to my effects tab and then go to audio effects, there's a distortion. So you drag distortion onto here. And then if I go under my default, there's one TV. I've actually made one already, but let's go for lo-fi radio and then press and then play this.
Through the repulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected him.
So it's got a nice kind of TV sound, but it's probably a bit too much. So let me just reduce that down a bit.
Above Camlin. Only light can.
And a bit more.
So I've Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above.
Actually, I'm just going to grab the one I did before. What was that one?
Above Camlin.
Oh, that's a bit loud. Oh, is that just the level?
Only light can.
Ooh, way. Let's take my volume down a bit.
And so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned?
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field.
No, let's go for megaphone. That's a nice one.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar. Repulsion field above Camlin. Only light it can. Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above Camlin. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon.
Okay. And then let's probably go back up a bit.
So I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
I need to be a bit more.
Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon.
Okay. All right. So right mouse button, copy. And then onto this one, paste attributes. And then just have audio attributes, plugins, volume. Then hit OK. Same again on this one. Paste attributes, apply. I could probably do it in multi, but I've done it now. There we are. Okay.
Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. But what?
Okay. All right, well, that's enough for today. I'm going to play with this later and add some sound effects and maybe some echo. And then I finish that sequence for now, and then I'll come back in and, let it just mull on it and get used to it, and then kind of think, oh, what else can I do? Oh, what would be more interesting? And then you come back to it another time and add something else and show it to other people, and they say, oh, it's boring, put a camel in there or something. So yeah, more fun. All right, well, thanks for watching, and see you on the next one. All right, bye.
Nothing solid will get through the repulsion field above Camels. Only light can, so I've resurrected a pre-war solar cannon.
A solar cannon. Weren't they banned for being too volatile? There's no way we can fly one of those. Vibrations alone would set it off.
Red and Jan are taking it by land to ice air. It's not as powerful as conventional artillery, but several hits will take down the shield. Then you'll be free to destroy the energy platform from the air.
What about the slave mines below? There are hundreds of nomads.
We've heard from our spy in Camlin that there's to be a gathering here at Antique. They've rigged the tranquilizer bolts for temporary effect, long enough to get us processed in their minds. Then I'll lead the charge from there.
Are all our choices suicide?
If Camlin's energy platform makes it into orbit, then we're all dead anyway. So if we're gonna go, best to go swinging.
Roger that.
A little help would be nice.
All right, well, that's not too bad. NOH sequence is down, it's in the animatic. I'll probably come back to it, but now it's on to the next one. So watch this little bit up here. Hopefully I've made a link to the next one if it's done yet. And it's got lots of exciting things. It's got spaceships in it, it's got hover bikes, it's got guys with guns and women with guns and it's guns and stuff. It's sci-fi, it'll be fun. But we've got to get there. So stay tuned, like and subscribe, put comments underneath as long as they're nice, and yeah, see you on that one there, I hope, unless I get some tips and tricks in the meantime, and I'll just scatter those about on my channel. All right. Bye. In this example, I've just bought a motion capture library off the marketplace, and I've imported that into my scene, and I'm going to take that and convert this animation to basically just retarget that onto the mannequin, and then take that mannequin and animation and bring that into Iclone. So this way I can add all of this content to my Iclone animation libraries, and then I can build up my animation in Iclone and then import it all together as one FBX into Unreal, which is great. And one of the really cool things now with Iclone is that I've been using metahumans. So with Iclone, with the what's this thing called, the CCrig, you can actually bring in the control rig and target the animation onto the control rig and then copy that across to the metahuman control rig. It's a little complicated, but it's just great, so I love it. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is for character creator is I need to bring in just the base the base mannequin. So this was a blank, well, it wasn't a blank scene, but this scene didn't have the mannequin in it. So if you need to add the mannequin to an existing scene, go to your content browser, add feature or content pack, and then add the third person template. And once you've added that to the project, you should be able to find your mannequin. So I basically navigated to the mannequin, and then we're going to export that. So it's select the mannequin, right mouse button, asset actions, and export. So I'm going to export that to here and just say boom, and then on my second monitor this pops up and I keep forgetting. And I'm waiting there going, what's going on? Why is it not working? Okay, so that's exported. Now I'm going to grab that and just drag it into Content Creator. Okay, so it's going to ask a choice if I want to import this as a character, and say yes, and you import it as a humanoid and you say apply, and now it knows that it's a character, and it's like, oh, what type of rig is it you're going to use? And it kind of knows that it's Unreal, so you basically click on Unreal base character and hit OK, and then that will now make it all compatible with Content Creator and Iclone. So if you just want to see if this works, you can go and apply some sort of animation on it, and then see how it's the face. We do the emote and okay, let's go just put a hawk and press play. There we go. Brilliant, amazing. Okay, look at that, that's great. All right, so now what I want to do is convert my animation to Iclone Reallusion format. So back into Unreal. Oh no, not you. Right. Here we go. Okay, so now I'm going to grab my animation, which is here. So here's all my lovely library of animation that I just bought. And then I'm going to select the character and we're going to retarget this to the mannequin. So right mouse button, retarget animations, and there's my current character. If I click on one of these, then you'll see, oh, look, it's doing something. And this is what it came with. And I'm going to, there's your source skeleton, here's your target, and here we're going to choose the mannequin. So what was it, Quinn? There you go, SKM Quinn. Okay, now look at that, voila. Okay, and then what we need to do is to apply this animation onto this, basically retarget and bake all of these. So you can do it in bulk, which is brilliant. So you select the first one, go to the bottom with shift, and then export animations. Okay, and now at the moment it will overwrite, it would actually just put it into content. So we're going to put it into a custom directory. So I'm going to right mouse click, new folder. I'm just going to call it anything, doesn't really matter, but well, I guess I could use it directly on the mannequin in Unreal if I don't want to go through Iclone. Wow. So let's just do that one. So I'll just call it Quinn. And then click in there, so it will go into there. And then you can give it, basically it will rename all of these with the suffix prefixes and stuff, but I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to hit export. And then I'm going to say export, yes, and then it's going to go through and blah, 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 put all of these into that new directory. Ooh. And I just want to say thank you to whoever came up with the retargeting. It's just saved so much fuss and messing around in Unreal 5.4, so thank you. So here we go, there's Quinn, there we are. So if I double click on one of these, you'll see that animation is now on that character. Brilliant, look at that. Okay, so kill that, and now we're going to export these onto basically get them onto the disk, so we can import those into Iclone in Character Creator. So select them all, select the first one, shift, select the last one, right mouse button, asset actions, bulk export, and then this will save them under like game, blah blah blah, all this sort of stuff. But I'm just going to put them in that directory, select folder, and it'll start exporting all of those. Again, I hit export all. And then while it's exporting, I'm going to go to that directory. Here we go, see, let's put it in game, animation, Quinn, blah blah blah. There they all are. And I can move them, actually, I'm just going to leave them there because I'm just going to drag these into Character Creator, and then it'll reconvert them, so these can just be thrown away once we've converted them. Look at that, 200 animations, look how fast that is. That is brilliant. This sort of thing was taking me days to kind of manually convert. It was a nightmare. Okay, so now back into Content Creator. There's my character. I'm going to go into my directory. There's all of my new animations. I'm just going to scroll to the bottom, select them all, and then I'm going to drag them onto the character. So select, drag, and then onto the box itself. You see, once that box appears, then let go. Otherwise, if you click over here, it'll try and add new mannequins and stuff like that, and it messes it all up. So you have to apply it to that first mannequin. Okay, so now it's asking for the type of character, and it basically only gives you one choice. And then convert all, and then it will start converting these. And it puts them in a really weird place. It puts them into, how to write this one down, a thing called external motion, that you can actually sort of see them. It's starting to plunk, 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 put them in there. And it is under users, public, documents, Reallusion, custom, animation, motion, external motion. And it's putting them into there. And then what I do next, once they're all imported, once it's in there, I will make a custom directory. Here it is. It actually goes into here, into this area called custom, and then in that directory you can, that's where you'll see them all, and you can make subdirectories in there and wonderful things like that. So yeah, it's still going, still exporting. Yeah, it's amazing that really. It's doing 200 FBX animations, all at the click of a button, and I can just sit back here and let the computer do the work, which is lovely. So thank you, computer. Da, 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 da. How's your day? Going well, great, good. And for my next trick, there we go. I think it's done it. Hooray! Okay. Successfully imported 200 animations. Now if I double click on one of these, it'll apply it on there and press play. There we go. Look at that. That's great. Pause that one. They're doing all that, they're pushing someone along. And then I'll have to go in, and I think that the arms got a little bit messed up, but we can add an extra override on that or something like that. I can move that back a bit. Oh, there we go. Alright, there we go. Anyway, that's it. What fun. Oh, I was going to show you how to and then you can make a directory in here. I think create subfolder, and I'm going to call this one, what was it called? AA arrest. And strain. Okay, and then I can just select, I guess, all of these, shift select, and then pop them into that directory like that. Just gonna move them. Hooray! Look at that. Alright, that's it. Now, I guess, can I play with them all in Iclone? I will, actually, I'm just going to double check, make sure that all works. And then, oh, look at you. Let's go to Iclone. Right. So, I wonder if it's using the same, go to custom, animation, motion, external motion. Look at that, syncing content, 200. It sees them all there, brilliant. Okay, so now if I grab a character, let me grab a character. Project actor, let's just grab an actor. Who have we got? Practical, casual, base. Let's just grab a base. And then grab this fella. Okay. There he is. Oops. Okay. Now I will go back to my custom and the animation. Let's grab one. Let's drag him onto that one. There we are. Back at that one. Yeah, let me zoom out here a bit. And then what have we got? Let's press play. That's great. Oh no. His shoulders. Yeah, I definitely need to fix his shoulders a bit. Okay, right. What else have we got? Doink. Just put it there. Look at that. Oh, okay. What have we got here? Yeah, these shoulders are a bit messed up, aren't they? Alright, I'll fix that. What's this one do? Ooh, where did this go? Blend. Ooh. Okay. Alright. More fun. Okay. Thank you. Bye. So part 2 is I want to adjust the retargeting on my Quinn so that the shoulders on that last example aren't all hunched forward. So I think I'm going to do it here inside of Unreal rather than doing it inside of Iclone. So the first thing is I'm going to make a custom retarget. So if you go to, actually I don't know where it is, retarget. Oh, where is it? There you go. IK retargeter. So I'm going to make one of those. No, let's give it a name. Okay. All right. There you go. IK retarget Quinn. So double click on that. And here we go. So source IK rig is going to be the actual little robots that all of the animation that I bought from that from the marketplace is applied to this character, and then I'm going to target it to the actually I'm going to do the metahuman, and then I'm going to swap it because it's hard to tell on the what's the one on Quinn. It's kind of a little bit difficult to see. I'm just going to move Quinn to the side like that. Target mesh. Oh, where are you? It's a bit far. Where are you? Oh, too far. Okay, there we go. So, and I'm going to put some animation on it. So go to Asset Browser and then just pick an animation. There's that lovely one. Let's find something that sort of shows the shoulders are a bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, they look a bit sort of low compared to that one. Ooh. Ooh. All right, here we go. Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is going to change it to the metahuman because that kind of shows off the arms better. They kind of, you can kind of see they're a bit more hunched. I mean, it's amazing as well. You can just swap between them. So I'm going to, let's find one. What about this guy? Okay, yeah, you can sort of see they're a bit hunched forward. So I'm just going to pause this. Okay, and then where is it? You get back to the mapping. Settings. Sure, was it? So I can't remember now. So you select your character. Oh, there we go. That's it. So you select your character, your target, and then you select the bone. And in this case, that's my left clavicle. And then I'm going to change the rotation angle. And so I'm going to reduce that. The nice thing is like that, it's like keeping the IK all working. And when I was trying to do an Iclone, it would like rotate the whole arm. So it's like, okay, so this makes better sense. So I'm going to take that, and yeah, it was kind of like hunched up before. So I'm going to just pull it back to 0. And the same with the right clavicle. Take that one down like that. And now when I play that animation, it just feels a bit more natural. Because the shoulders are in no rest pose rather than coming forward like that. And then I'm going to go back into my so where are we? Do I come out of that one? Let's go to, where are we? Previously asset. Oh, here we go. So back to asset settings and change the target to the mannequin. And now the arms again. If I go and just look at their clavicle, yeah, 0. So rather than pushing it forward, backwards, but it was coming across a bit too pinched. Okay, so that's great. All right, so that's lovely. And then I think I have to save it. So this is IK retarget Quinn. Kill that now. So there it is. And now I'm going to go back to this animation directory with all of my animations. Oh, actually, what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to just make a directory just to keep the converted ones in. Just call it Quinn. Okay, again, I delete the little one. Right. So there it is, empty. Okay, right. So you select your animation. right mouse button, retarget animations, and then change the target skeletal mesh to the what's it called? Quinn. Quinn. Let's go for that one. Quinn. Okay. And then if I just press, oh, I haven't got the retarget. So there's the basic one. And look here, you can see the shoulders are quite far forward. So I'm going to turn that off and change it to the one that we just made called Quinn. And see, look at the shoulders now back in a nice place. So hooray. So that's great. Okay. And then I'm going to just bulk convert all of these again. So select the first one, shift select the last one. So that's 200 animations, some on play, some moving, some with the root animation, others not. Okay. And then I'm going to export these animations, and then we're going to put them into this directory, Quinn. And I'm just going to say export and export away. And it's going to convert all of those like magic. Okay, and they've put those into the Quinn directory here. Once it's finished, you'll see them in here. Okay, Quinn, so these are the converted ones. And I'll just double click on one of them. Let's have a look. There's one where she's a little bit further forward. And there we go. So then you see, look at that, lovely. Before they're all hunched up. Okay, great. Okay, now I'm going to select all of these and then put them on the disk. So right mouse button, asset actions, bulk export. Let me just let me delete that one. Delete. That's the old one. Okay, so I'm just going to go select folder, and now it's going to export all of those. So export away, export. And I'm going to go back into my character creator. And where's my, see, look at those shoulders, like, oh dear. I'm going to just delete these because we want to bring in the better version, maybe. Okay, great. All right. I'm going to change that one to, let's kill, oh, damn it. All right. All right. Let me just kill that. Let's just start a fresh one. New project. Would like to save this now. Okay. So it's exported all of those now. Here we go. Aha. All right, here we go. So back into content creator. Bring that character in. I'm going to say, yeah, character, humanoid, Unreal base character. Okay. Then I'm going to bring in all of those animations. Where are we? So go to game directory we just exported. All the animations on it. This will take a little while. And I'm going to just click and drag and apply them onto the character. I'm going to change it to the Unreal base character, and I'm going to say convert all. And it's going to take a while. Chug. 100. Yay, there we go. Okay, so now they are all in external motion. So you go to custom, syncing the content, and it's going to look in external motion, and that's my empty directory. So I'm just going to move those others into it. So just select first and then scroll down to the last 45. 201. So, oh, they're all over the place. Okay, so they're not named in order. All right, great. Okay, and then move that into there. Let's say moving 200 items. Very good. Okay, so that's where they are. And then if I go into, oh no, I should have had Iclone open. I've only been using Iclone for about 3 or 4 days. And but I'm like, oh, I'm buying that. That's brilliant, especially with the Metahuman ControRig thing now. It's like it's just really great to be able to drag things in and move them, and just like the cross compatibility with Unreal is just great. So I'm just going to add an actor. And what are we going to add? Just a base character. Oh, let's go for a close one. There we go. Right there, Kevin. Okay, double click on Kevin. Bring him in. And then go to my animation, which is down here. Okay, and then go to custom. So let's go to custom animation, and then motion, external motion, and there's my all of my lovely characters. 100 down to 0. Oh, that's great. Okay, let's see what these look like. Okay, let's click on one of those. What's that one do? Oh, can I hold that guy down like that? But this one, what's that one do? Oh, it's the same, isn't it? Let's go on holding down. Let's go look up in. What's this one do? Oh, I'm adding them, sorry. Beautiful. What's that one do? Oh, there he is getting it. Those shoulders now, great. Oh, much better. I'll probably need to adjust them a little bit, but whatever. But at least the shoulders are good. That was before, that wasn't the tough part. All right, great. So now I don't have to remember any of this. I can watch my video. Okay, bye. So I'm going to copy the animation from a character creator CCrig blueprint onto a Metahuman. So the first thing is get your character from Iclone, import him into Unreal as an FBX along with his animation. So that has already been done. So I'm going to grab the rig and drag it into a fresh sequencer. The first thing to do is to delete these rigs. So delete that one, delete CC face rig and CC body rig. Now we're going to apply the animation onto this character. So this is the animation that came in with the model, and there it is, and it's also got some face animation on it, as you can see there. So we need to bake that to the control rigs. So I'm going to start with the face, select the face, right mouse button, bake to control rig. Oh, where is it? It's because this button's on filter asset by skeleton, so turn that off, and now you can find the face rig. So you bake it onto that. That'll pop open a little window that you just say, yeah, do it. Okay, so now he's got the animation on there, and you can see on the face board over there that there's something happening. And then to double check as well, you can just turn off the animation here, and then you can see his face is got it. So that's good. Now we're going to select the CCrig BP, right mouse button, bake to control rig, CC body rig. Again, the little window pops open. You say create, and then scrub through. And there we have that animation on the rig. Now we can delete the actual animation here. So I've deleted it, and then you've got the animation on your Metahuman style control rig. So what you can do next is grab your Metahuman, bring them into the sequencer. They come in with their rigs and everything like that. And then what we do is we select the CC face rig from this guy, Control C, select the face board control rig from that guy, from the Metahuman, press V to paste it, and now you'll see he's got some animation on his face, but it's not as strong as this one because it's doing an additive mix between the two. So we delete the top one, which is the original face board. So we're just taking that one off. Actually, I don't think it is additive. I think it's just like blending the two. And then we're going to do the same with the body rig. Oh, and also I can just sort of see here that the face board's moving, so that's a good sign. And then we select the body rig of this guy. Same thing, Control C. Select the Metahuman body control rig, Control V. And it will paste that animation onto that one. There it is, and again it's like doing it half between the two, so we delete the first one. And that's gone. Okay, now you're good. But one thing I've noticed is that if I delete this guy, first I'm going to save it, File, Save All. Now if I delete this guy, I'm like, oh great, I don't need him anymore, I'm going to delete him, and then just kill it. I go, yeah, I'm going to delete it. But then there's no animation on this guy. Well, there is, it's just that you have to load it up again. So let's just close that and then load it up again, and then the animation's there, which took me ages to work out. Oh, so annoying. So when in doubt, close the sequencer and open it again. Hooray! So now you've got your Metahuman, your animation on there, and then if you want you can add additional additive track on top of that. So then you can keyframe on top of that. So in this example I'll take the hand like that and the arms, and I'll just rotate it a bit, and then it'll keep that. And then you can set keys for it or whatever you want to do. Amazing. Alright, that's it. Bye.